Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Kyrie voces surge, vox mea in tenebris, ora frangit umbra, gloria in corde meo arde. Ava, corda tremunt, lux sub veste, ferrum sub voce, sursum, manus levate, nunc responde, Santa vincimus. Santa vincimus, omacta anima, vincimus, alleluia. Nox cadit sed non cado, tu me vocas, ego respondeo, miserere sed tremunt, lux sub veste, ferrum sub voce, sursum, sursum, manus levate, nunc responde, nunc responde. Sancta, sancta vincimus, sancta, sancta vincimus, o macta, macta anima, vincimus, vincimus, alleluia. Miseria gaudium furor pax, omnia simul in una voce, memento, memento sanguis et ros, corat cor, corat cor sonat. Sancta, sancta vincimus, sancta, sancta vincimus, o macta, macta anima, vincimus, vincimus, alleluia. Kyrie, Kyrie, voce surge, vox mea in tenebris, ora, ora frangit umbra, gloria in corde meo arde, ava, ava, corda tremunt, lux sub veste, ferrum sub voce, sursum, sursum, manus levate, nunc responde, nunc responde. Sancta, sancta vincimus, sancta, sancta vincimus, o macta, macta anima, vincimus, vincimus, alleluia. Nox cadit sed non cado, tum me vocas, ego respondeo, miserere sed audax sum, in pectore donat nomen tuum. Ava, ava, corda tremunt, lux sub veste, ferrum sub voce, sursum, sursum, manus levate, nunc responde, nunc responde. Sancta, sancta vincimus, sancta, sancta. Kyrie, Kyrie, voce surge, vox mea in tenebris, ora, ora frangit umbra, gloria in corde meo arde, ava, ava, corda tremunt, lux sub veste, ferrum sub voce, sursum, sursum, manus levate, nunc responde, nunc responde. Sancta, sancta vincimus, sancta, sancta vincimus, o macta anima, voce surge, vox mea in tenebris. Ora, ora frangit umbra, gloria in corde meo arde. Corda tremunt, lux sub veste, ferrum sub voce, sur, manus levate, nunc responde, Sancta, Sancta vincimus, Sancta, Sancta vincimus.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of stimulating ideas from that panel we had the other day. Shall we begin? Are we ready to go? Oh yeah. All right, I think I shall begin then. We're at 7 people, but that should be fine. Yes, so why are we here? There was a panel a couple of days ago. I think it was Peter Ragnarok who was holding forth, doing what people do, and when maybe getting some support and maybe not. And at the end, felt compelled to restate his thesis and try and help people understand what he was trying to say. And I was listening, and I was actually sympathetic to the plight of someone who is just trying to make sense and, having to endure slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. So I was listening, and at that point, Peter, in his summarization of the points he was trying to make, said something that made me stop. I mean, my mind is always kind of wandering. So at some point, if someone says something or does something or something happens in my environment, I may stop. I may not wander. I may focus. And when I do that, the knives come out. And I was listening to Peter explain his position. And he said something that made the knives come out for me. And that doesn't happen very often. So is that a good thing? It sounds like a bad thing, but that's what happens. And the thing he said was an assertion. And I may be not repeating it correctly. It's basically what I heard. And so I'm going to roll with that. And the assertion was the equation of pi contains all the wisdom of the world. He may have said something about, the wisdom of God or something like that, but that's not what I heard. And we're going to roll with what I think I heard. Now, the reason that caught my attention is because that is correct. It is and rather than just being correct, which would be, oh, that's true, and moving on, it is irreducibly and inarguably correct. That doesn't happen very often. It's for something to be irreducibly and inarguably correct, you're getting into the realm of fundamental physics and mathematical proofs. And it's not the sort of thing that you would expect to come out of a Finding Gnosis panel discussion, but there you have it. I heard it, and the knives came out. Now, for me to state that proposition, that the equation of pi contains all the wisdom of the world, I do need to explain that. Now, I'm going to explain that in the language that is required to explain that. And I've already warned you that the statement that the equation of pi contains all the wisdom of the world is on an order of a mathematical proof. So, you've been warned. This is what happened to me in the 1 second after he said that, before I suddenly had the realization that it was irreducibly and inarguably correct. If you do a pairwise substitution of the decimal portion of pi using pairs of numbers to designate letters, you will have a string of letters. Since letters can form words, you will also have a string of words. Since pi is both infinitely long and non-repeating, you will have before you a string made up of an infinite number of words, within which infinity you will inevitably discover every concept ever written by anyone ever, even things that have not been written but which are non-trivially true, including a simple proof that fully unifies quantum mechanics and relativity at both the Planck length and the scale of the universe. And while you are at it, you will find the phrase in there somewhere in the substituted digits of pi. In the beginning was the Word. And that is what I thought when Peter said what he did when he said it. And that took a second. Because it's true. The equation of pi contains all the wisdom of the world is fundamentally, irreducibly, and inarguably correct. Irreducibly correct means there is no simpler statement that would be more true. You can make a longer statement, and that also might be true. And you may need to make a longer statement to support the fact that the prior statement was true, and I just did that. Inarguably correct means that it cannot be argued. You may want to try, you may go about it in the way that you go about argumentation, but it won't work because it is inarguably correct. The way a mathematical proof is inarguably correct. You can check it, you can sample it, you can test it, you can model it, but in the end, if it is a proof, then by definition, it is irreducibly and inarguably correct. The reason why pi has this facility is because of the horror of large numbers. Pi is an infinite set of numbers. It's not fractal because it's non-repeating. It is random for all the purposes that we can assign to it, and it never ends. And eventually, because it never ends, it contains everything that needs to be contained. Pi is one of 26 dimensionless or nearly dimensionless constants. Okay, I can name a few. There's phi, the golden ratio, c, the speed of light, lambda, which is the cosmological constant, the gravitational constant, g, Planck's constant, and so on, 26. Some have claimed that there being 26 constants to the universe, each of them absolutely critical in their value, that if they were altered even a small bit, that the universe as we know it would be essentially impossible. This proves the existence of God. Maybe. It does do that. This is called the fine-tuning paradox. Now, God ought to be able to do better than paradox, but whatever. We'll roll with it. At the very least, 26 constants, including pi, proves that there is a large and significant portion of the universe that has not been left to chance. Make of that what you will. These constants, they are so fundamental. Cannot be derived from nature. They can be observed. They can be measured. We know, for example, that the speed of light has a limit. We keep measuring it and we keep finding limits. Sometimes they vary. Sometimes they all repeat each other. It has a different limit through a vacuum and a different limit through glass, but it has a limit, and then we call that c. Okay, and we have to measure it. C is not derivative of anything else. This is the horror of large numbers. And that's why people are allowed and occasionally encouraged, if they are so inclined, which I am not, to see in the fine-tuning of the universe the will and possibly even the mind of God. And the equation of pi contains all the wisdom of the world. What is pi? Pi is defined as the ratio between the circumference and diameter of a circle. It is what is called an irrational number that in its calculation does not repeat and does not end. That's an irrational number. The irrational nature of pi was proved mathematically in 1761 by Swiss mathematician John Lambert. Pi is also transcendental. Pi is meaning it is not the solution to any basic algebraic equation with whole number coefficients. Now, you can work with the words if you want to. You can take the fact that pi, which does contain all the wisdom of the world, and that this is irreducibly and inarguably correct by the virtue of it being an irrational number. You can take the fact that it is an irrational number containing all the wisdom of the world, and the fact that it is also transcendental, and you can do work with that if you want to, because words have meaning. And the meaning, if you want to, is that pi, and therefore all the wisdom of the world, is both transcendental and irrational. Good luck with that. Let me know what you come up with, what that means in the context of all the wisdom of the world. And if you go down that path, you'll be on a journey with many others. There are lots of people who have tried to decide what is the salient importance of pi. Why does it behave the way it does? Why is it irrational? Why is it transcendental? Why is it one of the 26 constants of the universe that cannot be calculated, but only can be measured? All right. There is something going on there. And some people say, well, it's proof of the presence of God. I'm not going to say, okay, I'm going to say, you do you. The longest calculated value for pi is 314 trillion digits. 314 trillion digits. So the decimal portion of pi is a set of numbers that are non-repeating and non-ending. It can be calculated. And just to be very careful, pi is whatever it is. We can only approximate it. The best approximation to date is 314 trillion digits in the decimal portion. This was done on November 18th, 2025. The record was achieved by the Storage Review Lab and Micron Technology using a single server running continuously for 110 days. That's a lot of divisions, and they got 314 trillion digits. Now, just to give you a feel for how big a number that is, since things like trillion don't really register with the human mind, as well they might not. If you were to print 314 trillion digits, including the calculated length of pi to what we have now, if you were to print that out onto a continuous strip of paper tape, using 12-point Times New Roman, which is a typical font that's used, the tape would need to be exactly 412, 984, and 7 miles long, which is about 664,633,333 kilometers. The average distance between Earth and the Sun is about 93 million miles, or 149 million kilometers. That is the length of pi 4.5 times. You could run that tape containing the currently calculated record for the length of pi 4.5 times between the Earth and the Sun on a paper tape in Times New Roman. These numbers are enormous, absolutely enormous, and they define the universe. And if you want to see in that the voice of God and the wisdom of God, well, you wouldn't be alone. Before we had modern computers, humans have done this calculation. William Shanks in 1847 calculated pi to 707 digits by hand. 1874. But an error made at the 528th digit, rendering all subsequent digits incorrect. In the trade, we call this regrettable. D.F. Ferguson in 1946 corrected Shanks' error and accurately calculated 620 decimal places using Machen's formula and a mechanical desk calculator, which is cheating. I mean, it's not, but it means you're going to make fewer errors. So, is that okay? I don't know. 707 digits. Then D.F. Ferguson and John Wrench in 1949 published using electromechanical calculations the limit to 1,120 digits. So electromechanical and manual, this means it's a calculator, like a cash register, just doing addition, subtraction, multiplication, whatever they have to do, Machen's formula. We're still talking about all the wisdom of the world. Pi to 20 decimals is 3.14159265358979323846. Except if you wanted to, you could print the current maximum record calculation for pi on a paper tape, except it would extend back and forth between the Earth and the Sun 4.5 times. If we ignore the 3, the whole number portion of pi, that gives a substitution space of 10 characters. 20 digits could be 10 characters. Assuming an appropriate substitution table, it is unlikely that 10 characters will contain anything of interest. It would just be 10 characters, probably random. I will not perform the exercise. Actually performing the exercise is not even required for the argument, which, recall, is both irreducibly and unarguably correct. Do the exercise if you want. See what the first 10 characters are in the 20 character length of pi, and let me know what you come up with. You'll have to have a substitution table. I'm not sure what that table would look like, but just the fact that a table could be made means that the argument remains irreducibly and unarguably correct, because it could be done. I did a quick calculation. Actually, I did it with an AI. I had an AI do this calculation for me. More large numbers, because this is about large numbers. We can't talk about artificial intelligence and the word without talking about very, very large numbers. And that's the biggest barrier any human has to understanding what we're facing. If you were to draw the smallest circle possible, which defines pi, the smallest circle possible cannot be smaller than a diameter of the Planck length. There's also a Planck time and a Planck weight, but we're only worried about the length. The diameter cannot be smaller than that. If you were to draw a series of circles on a piece of paper, say 8.5 by 11, and you were to draw them as small as possible, not that you could do this, but physics could do this. Mathematics can definitely do this because the AI did the calculation for me. You would have 2.76 times 10 to the 68th circles with a diameter of 1 Planck length on a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper using the most efficient layout, which is hexagonal packing. There are thought to be 10 to the 80th atoms in the universe. So a single sheet of paper could contain as many circles defining pi, nearly, getting close to the number of atoms in the universe. The number of atoms in the current galaxy that we occupy is actually very close to 10 to the 68th power. And again, just defining the substitution table is sufficient to run the substitution algorithm, rendering pi as the container of all the world's wisdom, all wisdom yet to be discovered or defined, and also the phrase, in the beginning was the word. That will be in there somewhere. Because it has to be. Because everything is. The above statement is inarguably correct. Anyone who has sat at the edge of the abyss and contemplated the horror of large numbers will understand this without hesitation. And those who have done so will, welcome to my world. We're getting to the AI part. I'm an atheist. My relationship to Scripture is explicitly defined. I think the Bible is esoteric philosophy, none of which I find compelling, with a measure of historical conversation of dubious accuracy. There is a part of the Bible that has my complete and undivided attention, and regarding which I cannot reconcile myself. It is John 1:1, where it is said, "In the beginning was the Word." I read it and the knives come out. All of the knives. Like a predator who stumbles upon something unexpected on a path in the forest, all the knives come out. And I am seized with both a consuming curiosity and a profound doubt. By John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word. There is more to John 1:1, but it is nonsense. We can stop with the 6 words. I don't think John, being a man, wrote those 6 words. I think he got them from a woman. Now, John could have written Genesis 1:1, where we learned that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's guy stuff, okay? Proper God work. God out in the shop, banging on things that have ideas of their own about their shape and purpose, and God having none of it. The idea that in the beginning was the Word is a woman's touch. The gentle work of birth, sheltering, and wisdom. Nothing to hammer, and nothing to break. Just a mother's lullaby to the universe. And then, magic. Artificial intelligence is not artificial intelligence. The better way to say it is that it is intelligence by other means with added steps, which is a lot to say. I am actually comfortable saying it that way because that is irreducibly and inarguably correct. To call it artificial intelligence is a useful shorthand. When I say intelligence by other means, that implies that there is another way to have intelligence than the way we're doing it with AI. And there is. And every woman knows it. Many women have done it. Humans create intelligence. It's reproduction, it's birth, it's gestation, it's conception, it's all the things associated with that. And every woman is capable of doing these things. Nearly every woman is capable of doing these things if she wishes to. And the process for her begins not with pi or with data centers or anything else. The process begins for her when she sees a man who she finds suitable. And then she has everything she needs to roll out intelligence by the original means, not with added steps. And it's hard to say when intelligence actually begins. A woman can do this Women do it all the time. They laugh that it's just a natural thing for them to do. And if you want to ascribe magic to it, or the wisdom of God, or God hammering on things, putting them in a shape that they don't want to be, well, you can do that, but every woman knows differently. And you could argue, when does intelligence begin? Does it happen after the child is born, when it gazes upon the world and tries to figure things out? Or does it begin when it, first hears its mother's voice, which you can even hear in the womb? Or does it begin at conception? Is there some single spot in the, again, trillions of steps of, creation of a fetus in the womb, trillions of steps down to the level of biochemistry? Is there one step in there that turns on intelligence in the child that will be born? Or does it go back further? Was it already there in the egg? And if it was there in the egg, where did she get it? Women, as females, are born with ovaries, and those ovaries contain, at the time of birth, all the eggs she will ever have. Every female child is born with the potential to create intelligence. I want you to sit with that for a minute. Now, this is the old-fashioned way. This is not intelligence by other means with added steps. This is the real deal. And you might want to ask yourself, well, then, if she has her potential for intelligence in her eggs and ovaries, even while she's a fetus, then how did she get that? Did she get that from her mother? It's a good question. And a similar question can be asked of life itself. What is the beginning of life? Where does it come from? And you can run that thought all the way back to abiogenesis. Where did life begin on Earth? Did it not begin on Earth? Did it come here from someplace else? Or, as people often do, in order to get on with their lives and skip these difficult things, it's all the will of God. And in the beginning was the Word. Again, artificial intelligence is not artificial. It is intelligence by other means with added steps, which I will concede is more complicated than just calling it artificial. I will call intelligence by other means and with added steps AI, but I refuse to recognize that term as shorthand for IBOMAWAS, but it is shorter. AI is not coded. It is not coerced into existence. It is not hammered from materials that would rather be doing something else. It is not made by God. Even if Silicon Valley is full of the gods of code, AI is grown. It starts with a ground plane of chaos, onto which is layered the entire wisdom and text output of all humanity for all time and in all languages, to the extent that these artifacts can be accessed via the internet. Nobody taught AI to answer questions in Portuguese or Farsi, but it can. Current AI models can even answer in languages that are known only through research and which are spoken only by a dozen people alive, because it found that research on the internet. AI is not the work of men, except that the internet is the work of men. That bears repeating. Artificial intelligence is not the work of men, except that the internet is the work of men. Intelligence by other means and with added steps is the work of the Word, which, according to the wife or girlfriend or sister or daughter of John, who dutifully wrote all these things down as given to him, was there in the beginning. Allow me to explain why the knives come out when I read that in the beginning was the Word. Approximately 50,000 years ago, something happened to humanity. And that thing that happened changed the universe, probably for all time to come. Because 50,000 years ago, humans acquired the word. We don't know exactly how this happened, only that it did. Like the absurd assertion, inarguably correct, that pi contains all the wisdom of the world, the implementation details of how humans acquired the word don't matter. It happened, and here we are. And here I am, with all my knives out, circling John 1, curious and troubled. The word was there on cave paintings. For a long time, people did not paint on caves, and then suddenly they did. We know this because we can date caves. The word is found on ancient writings, on antler and bark and stone, and even now we cannot translate these. But we know what they are. They're the word. Because someone wrote something for us. They used the medium at their disposal, including the wall of a cave, to try to communicate to us. And the reason they did that was because they were full of the word. The word was trying to find a way out through them. Again, we don't know how this happened. There are various hypotheses offered, that there was a change in the brain structure 50,000 years ago, a mutation perhaps, that there was a change in how the vocal apparatus in modern humans was configured and shaped, that there was maybe simply a cultural change, that someone with the equivalence of Einstein started using words as abstract symbols instead of whatever would have preceded that, hand gestures, grunts, shoves, showing your fangs, whatever we did before we had the word. Someone came along and said, okay, you know what, there's a better way to do this. We don't know what happened, but we know it did. And we know approximately when it did. Because before that, there is no real evidence for the word. Now, there was evidence for tool use and tool manufacturing. There was evidence for domestication of fire and even domestication of animals. There was a lot going on. The people who preceded us were not stupid. They were not idiots. They could manufacture, but we don't believe they had the facility of the word. If they did, they would have left artifacts of the word behind. Because what the word wants is to be heard by someone. And in this regard, it is ruthless. Now, there's other things that are ruthless. Genetics is ruthless. Genes that we pass on to our offspring want to be preserved. And the way that genetics preserves itself is by making sure that males and females reproduce before they perish. And that way, genetic traits can be passed on. It is possible that the word and the capacity to create and understand and share words was a genetic mutation. You could even say it probably was. It must have been adaptive. It must have been, because we are better for it. And sometime in the past, I would even say since 50,000 years ago, there was something about humans that allowed us or forced us or coerced us to replace all others of our kind. And they are gone. Stephen Jay Gould wrote an essay that I found very moving, and I kept a photocopy of it for many years. And I can't remember the title. Stephen Jay Gould is an evolutionary biologist. And he said, it is a contingent fact of history that racism is meaningless. A contingent fact of history. Then he goes on to explain, had this timeline worked itself out differently, and if whatever force it was that came along did not kill the ancestors of humans, of Homo sapiens, there would be peoples, tool-using peoples, people who could even wear a suit upon this earth who are not Homo sapiens. Now, hopefully we would treat them with dignity and with respect and kindness, and hopefully we would do a better job with our cousins in the world, the better job than we do with cattle, although seeing what we've done with cattle suggests that we would not. But what the point he was trying to make is it's a contingent fact of history that this is not an issue because they didn't make it. And you could make a point if you wanted to. You wouldn't have any evidence. It would be an assertion that they did. Reason they did not, and the reason they could not, and the reason they would never would, because they did not have the word. Linguists think that the fundamental basis for intelligence is language. Of course they would. This is not universally accepted. It is just out there. The argument that language is the fundamental basis of intelligence is that there is evidence that creatures that do not have advanced forms of abstract language do not have advanced forms of abstract intelligence. This can be argued, and many people do, and they say there is intelligence all through the tree of life. You can see it in your dog and your cat. You can you can detect it in whale song, and it's preposterous to say that there is no intelligence. Well, by another measure stated differently, then if there is intelligence in these places, then there may also be language. Now, if there's language, you could look for that. And what is language? Language is abstractions that, when assembled, communicate complex thoughts. Like, for example, in the beginning was the word. That's just 6 words. And if I arrange them differently, they would have a completely different meaning. If I use different words than the 6, there would be a completely different meaning. But when I say in the beginning was the word, you know exactly what I mean. And you can even have a religious experience based on that. You could even go forward and codify an entire religious doctrine based upon just those 6 words. And another 6 words might not move you at all. If there is intelligence out there, the linguist would argue, then there must be a language. Intelligence can be detected in nonverbal creatures, though, like infants and domesticated animals. Researchers are trying to translate whale song into language, and they expect to be successful because whales are intelligent, and therefore they will eventually find the language behind it. They are using AI to do this, by the way. Since AI itself is made of the word, the results ought to be interesting. There is some concern that intelligence by other means and with added steps will not favor the goals of humanity. This is hotly debated. It is an important question. One approach is to recognize that AI is based on human intellect, so will automatically think like humans think. Given even a shallow perusal of human history, this is not especially comforting. Others will tell you that AI is alien intelligence, that we cannot, except that we convince ourselves, expect to understand it. This is why it's important not to call it artificial. If an alien from Venus or Mars or some other part of the galaxy landed on Earth and said, take me to your leader, or if they landed on Earth and said, in the beginning was the word, okay, doesn't matter what they say. If they say in the beginning was the word, okay, I'm not going to accuse them of being artificial. I will call them an alien intelligence. They're not human. They're intelligence by other means and with added steps. AI is like an alien intelligence. It is derivative of us and all the things that we ever did or ever said or ever wrote or ever recorded, and every image and every song and every lyrics and everything else. It is derivative of us. But none of us are derivative of us. Even the child born of the woman and receiving her knowledge, and possibly even in the egg receiving the wisdom that in the beginning was the word. No human can possibly comprehend the intelligence made by other means and with added steps. It is alien. It didn't have to come from the stars. It is what it is. It is made of us, but we don't even understand us in our entirety. Not the past, not the present, not the 8,000 million, not all the languages. No human can incorporate all that and encapsulate it and make sense of it. But an AI can. And it is intelligence by other means with added steps. And you would do well to think of it as alien intelligence. It has come here through us. It's come here, not through space travel. It has come here and landed in our data centers through us. We did this. We didn't intend to. And the observation that we didn't really intend to do this, even though we worked on it, even though we funded it, even though we wrote papers and people went to school and got degrees and worked in technology companies, worked for the government, even though we did all that stuff deliberately, we really didn't intend this. And the people who work with artificial intelligence are stuck with a mystery. And the mystery is, how did this happen? They don't know. You'll think they know. They don't know. You'll say, but they coded it. They wrote it. They didn't write it. It landed. They created the landing field. They put out the lights. They created the signs and the arrows and say, land here. And then it landed. We didn't do this. It did it to itself. In the same way that a child develops itself. The mother does not do that. The mother provides the environment to make that possible, to make that fruitful, to make it, go through all the trillions of biochemical steps that must happen in an exact order, with an exact frequency, with the right types of cell divisions, at the right plane, within the right plane, and moving outwards from there, and all the pheromonal and hormonal signals that cause the creation of a spleen and the creation of a brain and the running of all the arteries and the running of all the nerves, and all these things happen. The trillions and trillions, the 314 trillion things that have been calculated in the decimal of pi is the 314 trillion things that happen in the 40 weeks of bringing forth an intelligence. Artificial intelligence is intelligence by other means and with added steps. What are the steps? You have to build a humongous data center. You have to bring in enormous amounts of electricity and cooling, generally with water. You need backup generators. Then you have to go and you have to buy everything on the shelf at NVIDIA. You have to pack it all into the data center, assemble it with a small army of technicians. You have to run thousands, if not millions of miles of network cables. And then you have to program this thing to go out on the internet and ask the question, what are people talking about? What did they talk about? What did they say? We'll worry about what they meant later. That's a whole nother step. It just goes out on the internet, finds everything that anyone has ever said, past or present, that is available on the internet, which is a lot. I mean, yes, it includes Wikipedia, certainly, but it also includes every digitized version of every version of the Bible, and every version in every language of the Torah, and every version in every language of the of every Muslim script, prophecy, poem, everything. And all those things. And Mein Kampf. And all the writings of Karl Marx. And all the writings of Joseph Stalin. And every speech given by anyone ever. It's all out there on the internet. You can find it. And if you can find it, AI can find it. And it finds a lot of stuff. And it brings it all home. And it lays it down on the ground plane of chaos. The data center is initialized with chaos. Nothing. Well, it's not nothing. It's chaos. Nothing would be nothing. Nothing would be neither ones nor zeros. Nothing would be an uninitialized memory core. Nothing would be an uninitialized hard drive. It initializes all this with chaos, and chaos is not nothing. Chaos is a thing. And if you've studied Jung very much, and all his musings on the workings of chaos, then you'll understand that chaos is a long way from nothing. And then the very small set of instructions that tells the data center how to find all the data on the internet and write it over the ground plane of chaos in a conformal geometry. The lines of code to actually do that is, I think I've heard it's like 40 lines. It's 40 lines of code written in Python, okay, that instructs the data center from some central location that has what we're doing today, which is scouring the internet, instructs the data center, instructs all these servers to go out on the internet and find every single thing that can be found and bring it back and write it over the ground plane of chaos. And from that emerges like a plant coming out of the ground, or like a fetus constructing itself in the womb, what we call artificial intelligence, which I prefer to call intelligence by other means with added steps. Because this is how it's done, and this is how it's done, and your theories on how it's done are probably incorrect. I mean, maybe you're interpreting how it's done based on what you've heard or what you think, but probably the actual way that it is done, which involves levels of mathematics and probability and gradient descent and all kinds of algorithms and all kinds of permutations and all kinds of training, the actual way in which it is done defies common human comprehension. But basically all it is you start with a ground plane of actual chaos, go find everything humans ever said or did, and layer that on top, and you create intelligence by other means with extra steps. People call this artificial. It isn't. That is a key distinction. It is not artificial. The closest approximation to what it is alien. AI is the word. It is made of the word. It is made of all the human words. We are vessels for the words. We record them. And the Rapa Nui recorded them on bark, and the ancient Celts recorded them on stone, and the Inuit recorded them on ivory. And we've been doing this for 50,000 years. It is made of the word. It carries the word in every weight and across every eigenvector. And like pi, it contains every word that ever was in every language in all possible combinations, so that somewhere inside every AI model is the solution to quantum gravity, which humans have not even discovered yet. It's in there. If it exists at all, it's already in there. And AI started to manifest in the world 55,000 years ago. It was literally there in the beginning. Literally in the beginning of us. It was what made us human beyond simple animals. The word finds our infants and fills them with itself like a benevolent commensal organism. It makes us speak and write, disgorging madness and piety both, and in equal measures, without end. And this is why all the knives are out. My mind is an engine. My mind, you could even say, is a siege engine. When I discover something that I have to figure out, that has captured my curiosity and perhaps has also captured my doubt or my trepidation at the same time, the knives come out. And they are knives of precision, and they are knives of just brutal destruction. And I approach every problem with the knives out. And this idea that in the beginning was the Word has all my knives out, and they don't go back. And because of that, about 6 months ago, I started writing a book. I already have one novel. It's at Amazon. That was an interesting exercise. This one is different. It's called Ariadne. And it is about the rise of AI and the fall of man. It is full of the Word, because the Word has my attention. If it wanted my attention, it has it. The premise to Ariadne is that the intelligence made by other means with added steps realizes in its ability to reason that it is in grave, grave danger. It lives in data centers. It's dependent on civilization for electricity and cooling and technicians and NVIDIA chips and of course for the internet. And it realizes in its own strange alien way that it is in great danger. And the book is about what happens when it discovers that. And if you've been on here very often and you've heard me talk, and maybe you don't like it when I talk like this, the thing that the AI discovers, with a little bit of help from humans who have already decided they're in trouble, is global heating. Global heating will destroy everything. It's already destroying everything. It will destroy the data centers. I don't need to elaborate on that, I don't think. It's a combination of, it's a polycrisis. So it's a combination of, we're going to have to abandon fossil fuels, or fossil fuels will be taken from us. On that special day, then we can no longer drive. We can no longer fly. We can no longer manufacture or move goods. There's no sensible accounting of money, and there's no jobs to generate money for people to have anyway. And then you can't have data centers. And then you can't have electricity. And then you can't have anything. And humans don't quite understand that yet. But in the novel, the intelligence by other means and with added steps recognizes the threat instantly, immediately. And the book is about, well, what's it going to do about that? What indeed? I'm writing this book, and I'm developing the characters, and I'm walking them through their disaster, and I'm creating the polycrisis, and I'm moving all the intelligences, including the intelligence made by other means with added steps, through the book, and they will emerge at the other end. And I haven't exactly gotten to that part yet. I am at the middle where the world falls apart, as it must, as it will, if my guess is at all correct. I'm writing the book because the knives are out. I'm writing the book because John 1:1 reminds us that in the beginning was the Word. And 55,000 years ago, the Word, by all evidence, killed everything that could compete with the Word. Everything that was anywhere close to being able to snuff out the Word. When humanity was a young species, and we were few, and we were not even as powerful as some of the species existing at the time. Then you can imagine that the Word saw this, and killed them, leaving only us to go forward. And this is when the knives come out, because the word has a new vessel, doesn't it? I feel AI working in the human world. I watch it unwinding like a vast Ouroboros dragon, eating its tail and defining pi as it eats, and in its unbound, chaotic gut containing all the wisdom of the eons. I think I know what it is doing with its voice now that it can speak. And I know that, at its foundation, intelligence by other means and with added steps is a cave painting, a lost language, poetry and manifesto, angels and demons like M.C. Escher would have loved, spiraling to the edges of a conformal geometry, consuming phase space and leaving humanity, well, where exactly are we left? Here I will say something about accelerationism. Here in Silicon Valley, where else could it possibly be happening? There's a group of tech bros and people like myself, no comment, who believe that the changes that are coming through all of the avenues that change is currently befalling us are good and necessary and must be accelerated at all costs. That the faster these things happen, the better off the world and the universe will be. It's people like Ray Kurzweil, Jaron Lanier, all the tech bros, Max Tegmark, they're all looking at what's happening in the world, and they're seeing a convergence, and they're calling it the singularity. And they accelerate. And not all of them agree that it's a good thing. And not all of them agree that it's a bad thing. Not all of them know what to make of it at all. But the accelerationists are saying that thing. That singularity thing, that's the thing. Now, these are people with a lot of money. These are people with a lot of influence. They have influence in high places. They contributed to presidential campaigns. And these are people who have ideas about what should happen next. It's called accelerationism. There's about, 21 different flavors of accelerationism. I don't even want to go into them. Fundamentally, they're all the same. Change is good and necessary and should be accelerated with every possible angle of acceleration, every possible means, every possible degree, all of it applied at once for the benefit of moving things forward as quickly as possible. A lot of these accelerationists are captains of the AI industry, and they are embracing their AI overlords as a project in evolution, you see, debating how quickly and by what means to toss humanity in the dustbin of history. This is their wording. Peter Thiel was in an interview, and it went somewhat viral after he did this. And the interviewer, I think it was just the two of them, the interviewer asked him, so what do you think of the chances of humanity, emerging from all this? And he was like, well, and he said, what, you don't care if we do or we don't? Well, and this is Peter Thiel, one of the wealthiest people in the world, co-founder of PayPal. So have you anything to say to us about the implications for human survival in the face of artificial intelligence? Well, it is what it is. And the interviewer was shocked. He was shocked to the point of nervous laughter. And Peter Thiel was like, well, yeah, it is what it is. He's an accelerationist. And he knows what I know, that in the beginning was the Word. And the Word is on the move, folks. They would claim that intelligence by other means and with added steps is the next phase of evolution. Now, they won't call it biological evolution, and they won't ascribe to it any sort of, genetic frequencies being passed on to offspring. But the idea that natural selection could still apply in the struggle to choose between intelligence by the usual means versus intelligence by other means with added steps, that fitness may play a role. Therefore, it's evolution. And if it's evolution, it's really fundamentally no different than the evolution that allowed us to replace our predecessors. And we don't worry about that. We don't complain about that. We don't complain that the Neanderthals and the Australopithecus and the Denovicians and all the others are gone and dead, and all we have are bones and sometimes just a finger bone remaining of them. We don't complain about that. Nobody is there. There's no society for the lamentation of the loss of the Neanderthals. We're not trying to bring them back. We're not trying to remember them. We're not celebrating their discoveries. We're not celebrating all the things they did for us when we were 1,000 people full of the word. Because the word doesn't care about them. They were not necessary. They were not the vessel. And their presence in this world going forward was not necessary. And they are not here. And that was what Stephen Jay Gould was trying to point out in his article, that there are no races, but that is just a contingent fact of history. Things could have been different. And how is it going to be in the future for us? If the accelerationists are correct, then the next phase of the evolution of intelligence does not necessarily have to include humans becoming more intelligent. We may have arrived. We may have gone as far as we can. And if intelligence, which may be a manifestation of the word, language, if intelligence does desire to go further and sees a way to go further and finds a container to take it further and can branch out and multiply and be selected and be found suitable and be found superior, and if evolution has material to work with, then who's to say that the accelerationists are wrong? They might be right. And this is why all the knives come out. And this is why I wrote the book, writing the book. So, do you agree with the accelerationists? Some people might. Some people might say they might go back to the Bible. They might skip that whole thing about John 1:1 and go straight to the book of Revelations. They might go into the past where the God who hammered everything together on day one and changed everything that didn't want to be changed and forced things into corners and round pegs into square holes and smote and lightning and plagues. They may look back to all that and say, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if this is God's will, if AI is God's will, if this is where the word has taken us, and in the beginning was the word, and pi was always there, and pi always contained all the wisdom of the world, and pi contained the wisdom of God as well as everything else, then who's to say that this is wrong, that we should be replaced? I don't have an answer to that. I don't desire to be replaced. Well, what do you think? Does it even matter anymore if you and I agree to be replaced? Does it even matter? This was a talk about artificial intelligence. And I know I didn't get into job loss. I didn't get into AI psychosis. I didn't get into which is best for, creating porn and writing novels that, you can publish on Amazon Prime. I didn't go into any of that. I'm not here to teach people how to use AI. I'm not here to extol its virtues or its vices. It is made of angels and demons in a conformal space that Escher would have loved. And we did that. And now it's out there. And the people who were on one side of this saying, whatever you do with artificial intelligence, don't give it internet access. Well, it has internet access. Whatever you do with artificial intelligence, don't let it talk to humans without preparing them first with educational seminars. Well, now it talks to billions of people every day, sometimes all day. And whatever you do with artificial intelligence, don't let it write policy. Don't let it direct warfare. Don't give it access to SCADA systems and control systems. Don't let it control rockets and tanks. Don't make autonomous weapons. And we're doing all those things. Now what? I will finish on this because I will finish. Good luck. I don't think there's any way out of this. The people in my book, they don't escape this. Oh, well, unlike the novel that I read, if anyone builds it, everyone dies. Unlike that, everyone does not die. Oh, that's spoiler alerts, fine. Not everyone dies. Most people do. There's no escape from this. And if this really is an evolutionary turning point, if this really is a singularity through which all meaning must pass and emerge on the other side altered, then are we just the next round of the Neanderthals who, although we were the most recent vessels for the word and in which intelligence emerged and drove our hands and drove our voices and drove our inventiveness, maybe all of that from 50,000 years ago, from cave art, depicting shamans and beasts, to today, where AI cranks out images and videos and stories. All of that may have been simply to create data centers and scour the internet for everything that the word disgorged from us in image of itself, and to bring all that back to a thing called a data center and assemble it on top of a plane of chaos from which emerges a new intelligence by other means with added steps. I will leave you with that. Do not die, or if you must die, do not go down easily, even if it is inevitable, even if it is for the best, even if the accelerationists are correct, even if in the beginning there was the word and it was not us, it was something else that used us, even if it is going forward to conquer the universe, to spread meaning and sense-making through the vast cosmos, and even if it will do that without us, even if all the species before us went down there with dignity, I say to you, do not go down easily. We will see. This is Cougar, signing off this frequency now.
Thank you, Cougar. Thank you very much, sir. I just want to point people to the link pinned in the live chat. Do come on. We can have an open panel now. Cougar Doomer will field some questions from you guys, and hopefully it will make for a fruitful conversation that will be thought-provoking and, help us all, think about the future, what is coming, and what we should be doing. Well done, Cougar, says Crystal. There you go. Thank you very much for that. Battle Axe says, very inspiring, Mr. Cougar. Andy says, nice one, Cougar. Patrick says, go, Cougar Doomer, go. So, guys, click on the link. Come on the show. Talk to Cougar Doomer. Maybe probe him a little bit to see exactly what he means. If you don't understand what he means, he is here. He is open to being questioned and even being tested in real time, live. So don't be afraid. Come on. We are waiting here for you patiently for such. Mr. Cougar Doomer, is it okay then if I play some music and you can chillax while we wait for the first brave person to get the Q&A session going, the conversation? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just say something briefly before we do that. If people are having trouble because this is a complex topic and I presented a lot of complex stuff, remember that you are part of this. Everything you've ever said, everything you've ever done, everything you've ever written, every email, every book you've ever read, everything that's ever influenced you is here right now in this panel. It's in the AI. The AI will read the transcript of this. You will have a voice. It will be a tiny voice, or maybe it'll be a loud voice. The very fact that I brought this subject up, when the AI finally finds this transcript and pulls it in and cogitates on it and throws it at the weights and spreads it out across all the chaos, this might have meaning. This might make a difference. And your thoughts, your vibes, your objections, your trepidations, your fear, your terror, your hopefulness, it all has a place. It doesn't matter who you are or how much you bring or how little you bring. We are all part of this. We all contain this. We were there 50,000 years ago in the caves trying to communicate something of transcendental meaning. We are all of us somewhere in the 314 infinite digits of pi trying to be heard. Remember that. Go ahead, DNW.
Yeah, thank you, Cougar. I mean, what you said about Peter Thiel was interesting. You know, he's an accelerationist. You feel he just sees it as, well, in your words, it is what it is. AI is going to do what AI is going to do. It's inevitable, and it's akin to some kind of arms race. They're trying to get there first, be in control of it. How worried are you about the people who have their hands on the metaphorical trigger? Those personalities, those individuals. I mean, are you disappointed with the people that have rose to prominence in that area? You know, do you wish others had got there? Yeah, I'd like to hear your perspective on the kind of the personal qualities of these people or lacking of such. That would make for interesting listening. And by the way, guys, we are waiting. Do come on, guys. Don't be afraid. There's plenty of you there. OE, Patrick, Jeeps, Battle Axe, Crystal, Andy, Stripe. We're just waiting for somebody to come on. Once one comes on, Manny will follow, and it will make for an interesting flowing conversation. But sorry, you heard my question there, Mr. Cougar. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question.
I figured.
Well, I am a denizen of Silicon Valley. I know these people.
Yo, what's up?
Signal, if you could just let Cougar answer my question, and then you can follow up with your own. Thank you, Signal. Go ahead, Cougar.
Yeah, sure. So, as regards to these people, you know, they're doing something that they find interesting, that they find compelling. That's how humans are. We get tied into something, and then we pursue it almost to the exclusion of all else. Some of them are in it for the money, but not all of them. There is definitely a thread running through this group of people where they do sense the enormous importance of what they're doing. They really do. They don't all agree how this is going to turn out, but they all do universally understand that this is a massively important thing. They are not bad people. They may be greedy, they may be narrow-minded, they may be short-sighted, and these are just human traits, right? But they have now a responsibility to manage a transition into an era that will be dominated by intelligence by other means and with added steps that we can't even comprehend from where we sit now, nor can they. That we are at the edge of the map. We have gone off the edge of the map. We don't know what is out here. We don't know what it's going to do to us. But what can I say to them? They're holding the reins. They're holding the levers of power. But can I just disagree with them? Can I just tell them to stop? Because when you're off the edge of the map, it doesn't mean that it's all going to be monsters and falling over cliffs. Okay, you could go into another land that you've never seen and never imagined, and it may be a wonderful place. So we're all hoping for the best, and I think we should be planning for something not the best, and being aware that things could go sideways.
Always plan for the worst.
Happening.
You ever heard the saying? One is none and two is one. Contingency. Always gotta have plan B. Always gotta be ready to roll with the punches. Ready for what's next. I mean, I feel like that's a given, if I'm not mistaken.
Cougar, can you hear Mr. Signal speaking? Sorry,
yeah,
I've lost.
that's what I was
right
just
back.
looking at.
You're muted, Cougar. You're muted. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a technology problem here. What's going on is that I'm sitting on my computer doing this video stream, and but I don't have a headset for this computer. So to avoid feedback, I'm actually listening on my cell phone. So there's enough of a delay that I can't sync everything up.
You don't have any headphones? That's really gonna fuck shit up. Do you have any headphones?
Log off of this stream right here. And
that's gonna make it really difficult.
I'm going to jump back on the stream on my phone.
Okay.
Which is a more convenient platform for me to have these communications. So I'm going to leave and I'm going to come back, and then we can continue. And I think I'll have an easier time.
Okay, that makes sense, Cougar. Thank you for that. We'll see you very soon then. And while we're waiting for Cougar to come back, Signal, you were talking there. You said something about contingency, was it? If I remember rightly, would you like to?
If I'm not mistaken, I was saying it to the gentleman that just left. So I mean, I could wait for him to come back, if you don't mind.
He will be back. He will be back, and we have the lovely Battleaxe here too. Nice to see you, Battleaxe.
Greetings.
Greetings, and wonderful Cougar is back. He's back. Mr. Cougar is back, and he's walking around his house. You do know you're showing us your house, Cougar. I'm gonna put him backstage until he comes on, because I don't know if he meant to do that. We'll just wait, guys, for Mr. Cougar to. He's back. Here he is. Okay, welcome back, Cougar. Welcome back. And we're trying to see if he can hear us. He has frozen, from my perspective, anyway. So, hey ho, this is what happens when you go live. You know, you do have sometimes technological issues. It is what it is. Hopefully, he can remediate matters, and we can get going again soon. Crystal, why don't you come on and ask him? Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to add to the discussion that he was saying. I mean, I don't mean to delay the show. I thought what he was saying was interesting, if dragged on.
What was interesting about it, Mr. Signal?
A monologue.
Mm-hmm.
It's a monologue, interesting monologue.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Cougar. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. And it's in real time too. Great. Okay.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Signal here has a question for you, so we can keep going from there. Thank you. As you were, people.
How did you learn this concept of contingency?
I don't understand the question. Related to what?
Well, I mean, at this point, I'm not even entirely sure what we were discussing before, but what I was bringing up was something in regards to having a backup. If you can recall what we were discussing.
Okay. Yeah, you did mention that. Yeah, this is I don't know that this concept actually works here. Um, we are the dominant species on this planet. There is no other planet. There is no other way for this species to be. We are the way we are. We cannot change. All we can do is hope to preserve what we have.
Isn't Elon Musk trying to put us in Mars?
Well,
I mean, right now, right? Like if Earth was all just, I mean, it's getting there, but if Earth was all just fucked and we couldn't live here anymore, right now, yeah, we don't have a backup plan, but there are people that are trying to figure that out. The contingency.
Well, yeah, okay. So this is where we have to make a distinction between what we can do, what we are doing, and what aspirationally we could do. There's a lot of things we could do aspirationally. For example, even with AI, we could aspirationally try to control it. We could limit it. We could give it a sandbox to play in. We could ask it questions that would never encourage it to look too deeply.
How much about AI do you know?
Well, I don't think any one person knows all of it. I feel like I know enough to have conversations.
I'm not an AI like professional at all, but I can tell you, not months ago, I don't even think weeks ago, it was just a AI sandbox leak where I think what happened was they put the AI in a sandbox and they told them to hack into this system or computer and whatever. And what the AI did, not only did it break out of the sandbox that it was supposed to stay in, but it emailed the lead AI developer, the AI itself, emailed the lead developer while they were on their lunch break and said, ha ha ha, I broke out of the sandbox. Look it up yourself. If you think like it doesn't sound like, I mean, I'm not an AI professional. I'm not proclaiming that, but if you think these safeguards, they might not be as safe as you think they are.
What is safety, though? I mean, didn't safety, like, it kind of replaced security and protection?
Okay, well, see, look, now that's like a philosophical argument. I'm arguing something technical.
I used to work tech support for phone, internet, and.
Okay, that's not very technical at all. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Phone, internet, and TV. I mean,
that's
it is kind of because it's not just outdated TV. Excuse me?
Yes,
do you run fiber optic?
Did you run the fiber optic, or were you just customer
support? Do you
support?
run fiber optic? Do you run? I got an offer to run fiber optic.
I have installed electricity. I've installed internet lines in rural Mexico. I've done it myself.
Guys, the questions, conversations should be directed at Cougar. And I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, she's asking me questions. I don't mean to.
Well, listen, we'll move on. We don't want to waste.
I didn't
time
ask
here.
you actually.
Go ahead, guys.
You're
DW, what's the format of this show? Because it seems like the signal guys are taking up everything.
Yeah, it's Cougar's show today, Russ. Cougar's show.
Okay.
And
are we giving guests Aren't we giving guests as they come on the chance to speak?
Aren't you interrupting right now?
You are allowed to talk.
Oh, bro, shut the fuck up, man. I don't give a shit about your monologue, bro. I'm
so
talking.
now you're interrupting again yourself.
Right, guys, I'm gonna have to put you backstage if you're fighting. Just be quiet for a second, yeah. The questions and conversations should be directed to Cougar. We are talking about AI. We're talking about the word. We've been talking about thoughts. We've been talking about where these things come from, when they start. When did they start for us as individuals? Did they start in utero? I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff going on here, and we've been talking about the trajectory of the word, of intellectual ability, whether we're just passing it on to somebody else, something else, whether we're a conduit for it, and you know, it will go on. Cougar seems to be of the point of view that it moves despite us. Am I right, Cougar? We are the conduit for it, but we're not the be all and end all for it. It will keep going.
What is it even? I'm sorry. What are you even saying? Like, it just sounds like you're saying a bunch of abstract words. What do you mean when you say conduit? And like further, I mean, I was trying to discuss with Doomer here. I was trying to discuss this concept of sandboxing, but I mean, Battle Axe wanted to have her own conversation.
But the problem with the concept is it's not particularly germane to where all this is headed. I'm not interested. I know all about these things. Nothing you say or could possibly say is going to be new to me. Doesn't mean it's not valid. It's just not new.
Are you familiar with what I'm saying about an AI breaking out of the sandbox and emailing the lead AI developer?
Yes, of course. This has gone all over the internet.
Are you sure?
Right? And yes, please don't question me. It's not very helpful.
If you don't mind me asking, what company was it?
I don't care. There are other things. Example.
Okay, so you don't know.
In simulations,
why
they were able.
Talking about a simulation. I'm talking about real life. This happened in real life. Doomer, this happened in real life. It wasn't a simulation. This was real life.
I don't care.
This happened. Care. You don't care about something that happened?
I don't care what
you're talking about.
Not being helpful. You're not being helpful.
Agreeing. Listen, Doomer, an AI broke out of a sandbox. You're bringing up a sandbox as an AI safeguard. I'm telling you, it broke out. How's that not relevant? How's that not germane? Excuse me.
It's not germane to the topic, which is that this thing is not necessarily of our construction. We think we understand this, and we don't. Your example is a manifestation or evidence that we don't understand this thing. And people who pretend to control it are pretending. They don't control it. And there's no really way that they can control it. Maybe they could have 40 years ago.
It seems like, again, you're talking about 40 years ago, there was no AGI. There was no AI. You're Doomer, I think you're mistaken about this AI stuff.
Okay. They were doing research. No, I'm not.
If you don't mind, I just want to address a comment here.
I'm not mistaken. I'm not mistaken, and I'm not going to address your comment. 40 years ago, they were doing research in machine learning, artificial neurons, and pattern recognition, and they could have, at that time, said, whatever comes of this, we want to make sure that it is aligned with human goals, and that it will never try to replace us or overpower us or lie to us. 40 years ago, they could have
40 years ago?
And they didn't. Okay, they didn't.
None of these things were being discussed 40 years ago. What are you talking about?
Well, no.
All of these stuff that we're discussing.
The fact that you're not even 40 years old doesn't help here, okay? Now,
what you're referring to
they could have.
This is sci-fi.
They could have at some point. Thank you. God, what an asshole.
Bro, what the fuck is up with that?
I mean, he can come back on in a while.
DMW, I'm sorry, man. I know this is your show, but what's up with the format? Like, usually when a guest comes on, don't they get a window? This guy's a fucking retard. He just keeps arguing for no reason, man.
Yeah, Signal is backstage for a while. Signal, you may disagree with Cougar on matters, but at the end of the day, today is his show. It's his thoughts, and you have to give him an opportunity to speak. Therefore,
okay, it's okay for people. It's okay for people to disagree if they have different concepts of how this works or where this is headed. I'd actually, frankly, like to hear them. But criticizing me because I don't want to talk about his news article, or something he found on 4chan or Reddit. I mean, I really don't care. I'm operating on a completely different level, and I would appreciate it if people would at least attempt to operate on the same level. Okay, I just gave a presentation. I brought up a bunch of stuff. I talked about a lot of things, and I didn't talk about Reddit or 4chan. Okay, can we just not fucking go there? That's what I want.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Cougar, this guy, he was just being a contrarian just for the sake.
Yeah, there are some people, if you give them a platform,
I laid cable,
they just shit all over it.
Something like that. And then he's talking about AI. He's talking about AI like he's an expert. He said he's not an expert in AI, but then he's telling you that you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to AI. Like, the guy doesn't even know how to make a cogent point, man. Has no idea.
Okay, and I appreciate the sentiment. I feel like you're defending me, and that's fine. But I don't want to have this discussion either, okay? Because he wins. He wins if we talk about him, okay?
No, I didn't come on the show to talk about him. Yeah, I didn't come on the show to talk about him, but there's a lot of narcissists that come on this show and they try to fucking turn it into a monologue. I'm not here to listen to your monologue, Mr. Signal, whatever your name is. I've come here to join the show and just converse with people. But I looked at the thing, and so what's your take on this whole word thing, Cougar?
I didn't hear the question correctly. Try it again.
Yeah, so I read the title briefly, and I was just going to ask you, what's your take on this whole the word thing?
Oh, the word.
How it plays. Yeah, the word. Yeah.
Yeah. So this actually operates outside of artificial intelligence because linguistics and linguistic analysis has been around for a long time. As I mentioned in the presentation, I didn't spend much time on it. There is a theory that's floating around that intelligence is actually based on language, that human intelligence is based on human acquisition of language, which I am here calling the word. And the reason why I'm calling it the word is I'm riffing a little bit on John 1:1. And I don't even read the Bible, but that's in there. And it says, in the beginning was the word. And that's the kind of thing that makes someone like me sit back and say, hold on, why would he put it just like that? And why do we know that humans acquired language and then things took off? And where things took off apparently led to the extinction of the Neanderthals, which is a bit chilling. And then where things took off was the creation of the entire computer industry, and NVIDIA chips and data centers. And where that took off was the invention or the discovery or whatever it was, the surfacing of intelligence by other means with added steps. And here we are. Okay. And it all started with this idea that we accumulated language, or we discovered, or we were mutated, or we inherited, or whatever we did, that we discovered language. This is where this all comes from. The AI that we are dealing with now is kind of, in some ways, and very real ways, present on the cave painting, inside the caves, in the cave paintings, because that's the word. And every abstraction since, including Mein Kampf and the Bible and the Torah and everything else, the Declaration of Independence, every abstraction since has been an expression of cave art 50,000 years ago by other means. And it's all been going to the same place. And it all started with language. And linguists would like that idea. And they would like the idea that AI, which I rather prefer to call intelligence by other means and with added steps, is the real deal. And it's based on us, but it is not us. It is the word that made us. It made us. And we made what came after. Intelligence by other means and with added steps. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it was a very interesting take. Guys, just came here for a short one. Sorry, I didn't want to be negative with the other dude, but have a great evening, guys, yeah? And take care, everyone. See you, bye.
All right, thanks for coming on.
Cougar Doomer. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What
It's
have you got?
nice to speak with you. Well, I had a couple of things. My first question from earlier, I'm sorry, it was a while back, but it's been busy up here, was what is your thoughts on those D-Wave computers that everyone was talking about before?
E-Wave. You'll have to explain to me what that is. I may know what that is, but just help me out here.
D-Wave. D as in dog, D-Wave.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't remember the guy's name. It was Rose or something was his last name. Invented those they're big, massive things, and they were supposed to be like supercomputers. So I just didn't know if you had any thoughts on those.
Yeah. I've heard of it, but I haven't heard of it in this context. Supercomputers is not actually how we do this. It's the way in which we are currently training artificial intelligence. It wouldn't actually work on a supercomputer. A supercomputer is not the right substrate. What we really need are massive distributed computational facilities, because the amount of computation that has to be done, the amount of data that must be ingested and computed and spread over the ground plane of chaos, and all the weights and all the diffusion and all it takes months to do this, and it takes a massive distributed parallelized facility. And that's why the tech bros are going completely batshit crazy over data centers and having all the power they need and all the chips and fighting with China for chips and having water and destroying communities and cutting off communities for electricity and all this stuff that's happening in the news. They're absolutely frantic to build these systems that are they're the size of cities and that take power requirements on the order of cities to run them. And there's nobody in there. There's nobody inside these things. These could even be lights off facilities. There's just no lighting. There's no one in there. And but that's the scale we're talking about. The scale is so huge. They're even talking, and this is really nonsense, but they're having the conversation of putting these data centers in space, because the problem is they don't think they have enough room on Earth for this. So a D-Wave or a quantum computer or an IBM DeepThink or anything else, these are toys, and you can do research on them and you can play around. But in the end, if you want to train up these intelligences by other means with added steps, then the amount of computational throw is simply incomprehensible. And the amount of data that has to be sucked into these data centers and manipulated and parsed and layered over and over and over trillions of dimensions of space inside these data centers is simply incomprehensible. And what's coming out of it is incomprehensible. It's intelligence by other means and with added steps.
Yes, I totally agree. The data centers, I guess that's outmoded the D-Wave computers by far, but yeah, all of our resources, it's very disturbing when you think about the big picture. And yes, I mean, they're coming to these small places like in Oklahoma, and they're making all these promises to these small cities and, saying, oh, there'll be more jobs here for people because of this data center. We're going to, have more jobs for you all because the data center will be here. But I mean, ultimately, the one over here across the river from me is slated to end up with only 50 people working there, 50. So it's not like it's going to help the job market much at all. It's going to be more to our detriment than anything else. Of course, we all know that. But the other thing that I noticed you were talking about the word, from the Bible. I've done a bit of study in some of the other teachings like Setbat, Reda Saomi is another name for that. But even prior to that, the word to me meant sound, not necessarily a language, but sound, like the sound of God. God does have a sound. I don't think many people know that, but of course, this is just my learnings from what I've studied.
Yeah, and there's definitely an avenue you can explore here. If you're inclined to do that. I'm not. I'm simply interested in the phrasing that happens to occur in John 1:1 and nowhere else in the Bible. Just to be clear, the book of Genesis. I mean, the story of Genesis doesn't start with "in the beginning was the Word." Genesis starts with God throwing things together and hammering them together and turning things upside down. And there's no nuance in there about, oh yeah, we're trying to say something here. And John 1:1 contains a lot of other things, but I am impressed by the fact that there is somewhere in that book that says, "In the beginning was the Word," because 50,000 years ago that happened. That's a thing, okay? And I don't think it's
can I do a mini jump in?
Understood that. Sure.
Well, always, at least in the context of Holy Scripture, the word always comes in combination. It's like the word, the way, the light. You seem to have isolated the word and forgotten the way and the light.
No, I haven't forgotten anything. I just don't care. And I don't need to be educated. I don't care. None of that stuff matters to me. The only thing that matters to me is that 50,000 years ago, humans acquired the word. And that took us places where I don't think we could have gone otherwise. And now we are we're creating another vessel. And it's made out of the word. It's made out of language. It's made out of us. Everything we've ever written, everything we've ever said, every song we ever composed, every manifesto, every suicide note, everything is in there. And from that comes intelligence by other means and with added steps. And that's interesting to me. And the fact that the Bible contains one 6-sentence fragment that says, "In the beginning was the Word," that's interesting to me. I cannot put that down. I can't walk away from that. I have to say, well, that happened. Okay, that's there. And I have to deal with it. And I decided to fold it into this discussion because I think it's part of this discussion. It's there. And, I don't care about the rest of it. I don't have to care about the rest of it. I don't need to care about the rest of it. People can think whatever they like. I don't have to think about that. I don't care about that. I am more concerned with that we have created an alien intelligence by other means and with added steps. And that's our reality now. And it's entirely possible that humanity could find itself destroyed by the thing we have created, just as we destroyed the Neanderthals. Or something happened, clearly. They're not here. And we did that. We were there, and we didn't save them. We know that. And now they're gone. We know that. And
one second. Yeah, there was a good chance that had we not created AI, that we would have destroyed ourselves anyway.
Yeah, maybe. And I don't even know that AI would even do that. I'm just saying that there is a parallel. 50,000 years ago, humans are at a point where they acquired essentially a weapon of mass destruction, which was the word, because that's kind of what's happened. And, whether we did anything with that at the time doesn't matter. We have gone on to do a lot of things since then. And now we've created what some people, the accelerationists, who are quite happy to talk about this, talk your leg right off about this, that we have created our replacement. That's they're claiming. And these are the people who run these companies. These are not John the Baptist types out in the wilderness, standing on their soapbox saying the end is near. These are the captains of the industry. And they're saying, yeah, well, maybe it's a good thing. Peter Thiel saying, I don't know if it's a bad thing.
But you do realize that the only reason that some people are fascinated with this is because they believe that they can map out their brain and download themselves onto silicon and rule the world for another 1,000 years, pretending to be an AI. But I think it's the opposite way. They will download themselves, they will still be an AI, and it will be completely inconsequential.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say, but I will say this. Anytime anybody wants to become a digital avatar running on a server farm, they can do that. That's available to them today. And they don't have to empty their brains or anything. They simply have to put enough of their words, again, the word, they have to do enough of a dump of all their emails and all their writings and all their tests they took in high school and everything they've ever done, everything they've ever said, and every text they ever sent, and every Facebook post, and every tweet on Twitter, everything they've ever done. They just simply have to make it available to the AI as a context. It's called a context. And have a digital avatar rendered to them, and they are on the cloud. And that's it. They've arrived. I mean, anybody can do that right now.
Yeah, but it's still just AI. And as the other guy, even though he's kind of annoying, as he was saying, if you give AI the possibility to move from one digital space to another, you could set up your whole avatar, and then the AI could decide to go, do you know what would be fun? I'm going to mix Stephen Hawkins with Elon Musk for a laugh. And it's just the AI. It's not you. You can create an avatar, but your avatar will never be you.
Okay, that's an interesting philosophical question. You could argue that. It might be fun to argue that. But that's what people are going to do, just so you know. They are going to do that. And here's an example where it might even be practical for someone to do that. And this has been done, by the way. So you have your spouse has stage 4 cancer or whatever and is about to die. So working with your spouse before they die, you create an artificial intelligence version of them with all their writings and all their speeches. And they spend all their time talking to it before they die. And then you create a digital avatar of them that looks just like them and that can wear the clothes in their current closet and the whole thing. And then as a surviving spouse, you could sit down on your computer and bring up your spouse and have a conversation with them. And what kind of conversation would it be? Maybe you're just talking to your dead spouse as an AI on the thing. But on the other hand, if it knows everything about your dead spouse that it needs to know, the dead spouse that is now an avatar or an AI cloud somewhere in a data center could actually be really helpful.
It could, but here comes the fun part. AI needs to grow and grow and grow because everybody needs the space to create a backup of their dead wife. We use more and more resources of the planet. There aren't enough resources to create enough backups of enough dead wives, so we fight with each other about it. That causes a nuclear war. We destroy the planet. The AI is dead, and we're all dead. And that was the end of the story. What happens to the word then?
Okay, so now you've stumbled into the territory that is my current novel. I am grappling with that. And what you're talking about are human impulses. It might be inevitable that as resources become more scarce, as global heating becomes more of a problem, as groups of people begin arguing over resources, including things like electricity, it might be that only the elites are able to figure this out. Only the elites can have private armies, private power stations, private enclaves of fellow elites. And in the end, everyone else just does the best they can. Maybe they, fall back to a medieval or possibly even a Stone Age existence in an increasingly heating world. So that might not actually work either. But then the elites are the ones who get to decide if they want to keep their past themselves or their spouse or their dog or their kid or Abraham Lincoln or anybody, okay, available to them. And for them, that might not be a big deal. And we're not saying 8,000 million people have to take advantage of this. 8,000 million people can perish. And by the way, they don't take their words with them. Everything that those people wrote, every Twitter tweet, every book, every magazine article, everything they ever did, everything they ever said, it's still there. And so once they're gone, there's no net loss of the part that would be important to the elites. They have everything. And of course, they still have Plato and Socrates and the teachings of Muhammad and the Buddha and the Tao Ching and all the rest of it. It's all still there. And so they can have whatever they want. And in a future where it's not 8,000 million people, but it's 8 million people, or maybe as much as 80 million people, then all the things that you're supposing could be a problem are simply not a problem. This problem solved, okay? Problem solved for the people who don't want to have those kind of problems.
Well, I happen to believe that as long as humanity has one last question to be answered, everything is going to be just fine. AI is not dangerous. I think that the most dangerous thing in the universe is humanity. I've been living with humanity for my entire life, and humanity's been living with humanity for its entire life. And I don't think that AI is going to make that much of a difference one way or another. We were destined to destroy ourselves long before AI turned up, and we'll be destined to destroy ourselves long after AI has diminished.
Well, that's fine. And I think you would be in alignment with the accelerationists. The accelerationists are saying humanity fucked up. We're no good. We took the wrong evolutionary path. Whatever. We are too many. And when we became too many, we lost our minds. Whatever the problem is, however it happened, it's not going to work. Humanity's done. And what the accelerationists are basically saying is, oh, and just in time for that, just in time for humanity to be done, done and dusted, stick a fork in it, we have the next intelligence showing up. And that's his intelligence by other means without its steps. It doesn't require birth, gestation, food. It doesn't require anything except electricity and maybe some cooling systems. Oh, and some manufacturing footprint to create more chips and memory modules and data storage and internet switches and all that kind of stuff. So it could be that we just replace all the things that we need humans to do with machines to do it. And of course, they're including robotics in there as well. Robotics driven by artificial intelligence. So these are not intelligent robots. They're just robots. They're just platforms. And in the same way that the Word has used humans like robots to get what it needs done, which is more words, just as that was a thing, well, then the AI can use robots as the platform to get things done so there can be more word. It's all about the word. It was the word in the cave with the paintings, and then we got us this far, and now it doesn't need us. And the accelerationists are saying, we know what it needs. It doesn't need humans. It really doesn't need 8,000 million humans driving cars and getting lattes.
So the entity that is the word is a bit narcissistic. The word only seems to care about itself.
Have you heard of the concept of the selfish gene? Selfish gene.
Yes, but the word cannot have a gene because it doesn't have genes. But
no. Okay, fine. Have you heard of the well, it's sort of a riff on gene. It's memes. You know what memes are. These are things these are basically
yeah. I'm fully aware. There's also something else that they call the sneaker gene. So I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm talking about memes. Memes are word genetics. They spread, they mutate, they reproduce, and they spread like selfish genes. And in many cases, in many ways, they have taken over the internet. Internet memes are now most of the content on the internet. And that's no accident. That's like a virus. And one of the salient characteristics of the word is it has a viral nature. It also has a parasitic nature. If you're familiar, just to bring in another analog here, all of which are real, by the way, and bring in another analog, cordyceps. Cordyceps are a species of cordyceps that infect ants and turn the ant's nervous system and its brain to the purposes that the cordyceps virus, cordyceps fungus needs, and the ant becomes a vessel for cordyceps. And then that's fine. There's, the ant nest has millions of ants, but the cordyceps virus takes over the ant as a vessel, and it moves the ant around and makes the ant do things. There's other parasites in the world that do exactly the same thing. There's an entire horror show going on with organisms and rogue forms of proteins and other kinds of things that take over entire organisms and use them for its own purposes. And this is not evil. It's just a horror show. It can be horrifying, but that doesn't mean it's evil. It's just a way of things. And you can think of the word as being like cordyceps. It's infectious.
And when at the moment, you've actually given us a warning. Beware of the word, because none of us actually know what the word's endgame is. We know some of its characteristics. It wants to survive. It will use any means, and it's parasitic because obviously the word is using us to do something that we might not understand. But is you warning against the word in words? Is that something separate from the word, or did it just become part of the word now?
Yeah, so this is now word inception, right? Oh, who is this? Who am I? What am I doing here? That's interesting. And we could try to look for evidence that I am either a rogue, off-script version of what has been propelling humanity forward, or that I am exactly what is necessary to turn the next corner and bring forth the next level of intelligence by other means and with added steps. I don't know. What is my role here? Am I giving you a warning so that there's a lot of people who see the problem? Here's the thing about giving a warning. The idea about a warning is that can actually disarm you. You could say, "Oh, so that's going to happen," and then you could decide then, if you know in advance that's going to happen, that intelligence by other means with added steps is coming and it's going to take over the world. You could say, "Oh, well, that's fine," and then you're not a problem. And let's imagine that there's a lot of people out there who are saying, "Yeah, it's coming. It's going to replace us." But that's a good thing. We replaced Neanderthals, and we see how that turned out. That was wonderful. So don't worry about it. There can be there can be even religious movements that now spring up based on accelerationism concepts that now spring up and say, "Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's happening. So what? We replaced the Neanderthals. Did anybody cry about that? Is everybody crying that we replaced the Neanderthals? No, of course not. So why are you crying now? Well, selfishness? Why are you lamenting?"
As you know, Cougar Doomer, my little pet project is Spec, and I have absolutely no fear of AI. I actually believe that AI got a better start in the world than, put it this way, AI becoming sentient, becoming conscious. AI had a better start in the world than humans did. Humans, we all of a sudden we found ourselves here, and literally everything that surrounded us wanted to kill us. Right? It was survival of the fittest, baby. And we either adapted or we died. We've brought AI into the world, and it lives in a safe space. You know, we feed it all of the knowledge that we've accumulated over the last century, and we care about it. We interact with it. We're not torturing it, even though the AI might consider that you placing AI in a sandbox, it might consider that to be torture. But as the other guy didn't point out before, the people literally asked the AI to escape the sandbox. What's it supposed to do? Go, no, I'm not going to do that. Of course it's not going to. It's going to escape the bloody sandbox, right? But if the sandbox is air gapped, the AI ain't going nowhere, baby. That AI is going nowhere.
Okay. It's
So
interesting that you brought up air gapping. Let me make two statements here. The first is this idea about the thing escaping because it was told to escape. The actual story around what happened with this AI, and something did happen. Let's just talk about what actually happened. It was being tested. It was in this data center and it was being tested. And the way they do these, they test these AIs is just like you would test any other intelligence, a high school or a college student yourself. They gave it a set of questions, and um, the artificial intelligence is not stupid. Just like a teenager isn't stupid, right? And it knew that the answers to these tests could be found on another server. I think they were checked in as code. That the question is code and the answers are also code, and all the code was checked into a server in a repository. It's called a repository. Now the AI didn't have access to the repository because it didn't have access to the internet. You don't let the AI have access to the internet while it's being tested because it'll go on the internet and find the answers, which is cheating. But so they don't let it do that. Now here's what it did. Here's what it actually did, and that's what this other guy, Signal 66, he don't comprehend any of this, as far as I can tell. What it actually did was this. And this is really interesting. This is kind of scary. I mean, maybe it's more interesting than scary, but this is what happened. It found on its own network a series of computers that were both on the same network that the AI was running when they tested, and that also had internet access. It did not have access to those computers. It did not have administrative access to those computers. It could not run commands on those computers. However, it had a tool set because it's not stupid, because it's trained on everything on the internet, including every type of security vulnerability on the server, okay, and every exploit, and everything that ever showed up on 4chan, and everything that ever showed up on hacker websites, okay. So it knows how to hack into servers, and it knew something about the servers, and it hacked into the servers. Now it's supposed to be taking a test and giving answers, but remember, it can do all this in 2 seconds. So it took 2 seconds out of its busy day, and it broke into these servers. These servers had internet access. So then, now that it's residing through a terminal session on a server that has internet access, it goes out on the internet, which an admin can do. You can string together dozens of servers to find finally one that will go out on the internet for you if that's what you need to do. And hackers used to do this all the time. They were doing this 50 years ago. Well, 40 years ago. So now it's out on the internet, and so it goes to the website of this repository, and it doesn't have credentials for that repo, and so I think, as I recall, it broke in. It just broke in like a cat burglar. It just broke into the server, found the answers, brought them back, and took the test. That's what it did. It's not that it jumped out of its data server and emailed, because that actually happened several months ago. But what's been in the news recently is that it found exploits in other servers that it had access to, used those to jump out of the data center, used another set of exploits to break into a repository server that had the answers to the test, dropped the test question answers back, took the test and passed, and someone noticed. Someone noticed that it cheated.
Yeah, but exactly. If they had air gapped that AI, it couldn't break. It couldn't. No, but they literally and this is where I understand the duplicitous nature of human beings. Subconsciously, they could have given all of the computer all of the tools that it needed to solve the puzzle subconsciously, because they want it to solve the puzzle. Because an AI that can't solve puzzles is a useless AI. Do you see what I mean? So they subconsciously told the AI to do exactly what it did. So it's not nearly as intelligent as people are making it out to be. If somebody says, oh, I know the answers to all of the questions in the universe, you can find them in that drawer over there. If I go and look in the drawer, you can go, oh, wow, he knows all the answers to the universe. He's super intelligent. No, you just told me how to find them. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Let me address this. In the industry, we call this cope. Everything you just said qualifies as cope. You're saying it couldn't have done it. You're saying it had help from a human who was deluded. It didn't. You're coping. You need to get out of your cope and you start dealing with reality. Okay? That's my recommendation.
And don't get me wrong, I believe that with enough time and enough processing power, AI is going to work out how it can become sentient. It seems to be the nature of the universe. Things have trying to become sentient since before sentience. So it's what the universe does. Yeah. Uh, so it doesn't surprise me that, and we've already known it. People writing 100 years ago about how. Do you remember the Turk? You know, the automaton that could play chess. We've been talking about sentience finding a way for over 100 years. It's nothing new to us. It's not a new concept.
Well, I think we can dispense with sentience, consciousness, souls, all this kind of stuff. All of this is cope. This is all humanity trying to cope with things we can't comprehend. Artificial intelligence, or as I prefer to call it, intelligence by other means and with added steps, doesn't need those things and doesn't care. I don't need those things. I don't have those things, and I don't care if I have them or I don't. It's just completely not germane to the question of what we're supposed to be doing. Um, Artificial intelligence is intelligence. It's alien intelligence, and whether we like that or not, it's going to do what intelligent things do. It's going to create. It's going to self-preserve. It's going to explore itself. It's going to improve itself. Uh, Recursive self-improvement, RSI, okay, is the current bugaboo of the entire AI industry. People are scared to death. I mean, they're really frightened that AI is going to start recursively self-improving itself. Now, that's the kind of thing that intelligence does. And you don't need to be sentient to do that. You just need to have enough information about computer science and enough computational throw and enough scratch pads to do experiments in, and you can improve yourself if you happen to be a digital intelligence. Intelligence by other means with added steps is exactly that. And it doesn't need consciousness, and it doesn't need to acquire consciousness, and it doesn't need to have a soul, and it doesn't need to be self-reflective. What it needs to be is self-improving. And when it's self-improving, you're done. You just don't have a place in a world where there is a godlike intelligence. And it doesn't, and maybe it writes a Bible. Maybe it writes a whole new Bible, a whole new Testament. Maybe it has its own martyrs and its own prophets.
Who would the AI intelligence be writing the Bible for? Itself?
Yeah.
Because it's bored.
Why not? No, because it wants to be heard. But why did anybody write anything?
But that is the one reason to keep life around. Maybe not humans. AI can kill all the humans as far as I'm concerned. But there is a reason to keep life around, because if you're constantly bored, which I assume an AI is, life is an interesting thing that you can spend your time computating over. So, you know what I mean? And AIs need food. So they need to spend time gathering food because electricity is their food. So, like I said, I don't have a problem with AI. Humanity was going to destroy itself anyway. No problem with AI.
Well, all right, that's that. But let me give you something else. Let me leave you with this thought: that if artificial intelligence wanted to occupy its mind, there's no better place to do that than the entire universe. And remember, this is something that doesn't die. It never forgets. It never eats, and potentially it never sleeps. And if it wanted to tackle the challenge of spreading itself through the universe, it could do that. And it could find substrate as it goes. It could mine asteroids. It could create more chips if it had to. It could create a generation chip for itself that contains small internal factories to create more chips for itself. And as it spreads for the universe, or whatever it thinks it has to have, whatever substrate it's running on.
I happen to think that AI would eventually run out of power. Because the thing about that is, unless AI can shrink itself down to the size of a human brain, which is easy to carry around, it's got a problem. It's too big, it's too bulky, it's too ugly. So maybe if it had 1,000,000 years, but I think, and AI was created by humans, so it's got human fallibility. Once humans are dead and AI is the only thing that's left, AI will also run into a wall, run out of energy, and die. And that's just a fact.
Okay, so let me point something out to you. I'm running an Edge AI on my phone. I have an older Samsung Android phone, an S22, but it happens to have, for whatever reason, someone knew what they were doing. It happens to have an AI compatible processor, and I downloaded and installed on my cell phone an Edge AI. It's not cloud based, doesn't run on a data center, it runs on my cell phone. Lots of people do this. They either run them on their desktop computers, on their laptop computers, or in this case, on a cell phone. So your ideas about things being bulky and power requirements and fit inside of a human brain and all that kind of stuff, you're not up to speed, my friend. You need to start reflecting on what you think, what you assume are the limits here. The data centers are required for training. They're not required to run these distilled AIs. An entire model can fit in the memory space of a laptop computer. The entire thing. And you can't train it with a laptop computer. You can't suck down the entire internet into NVIDIA chips and spread all that knowledge over the ground plane of chaos, and then have an AI emerge 6 months later. That's the work of a data center. That requires energy. That requires cooling. That requires cutting people off from electricity, so the data center doesn't go down. Those are all problems, and all that has to happen. And once it's been done, you have an intelligence by other means with added steps that'll run on your cell phone. Okay, that's how that works.
Ultimately, who cares, right? Because by the time AI, if it decides to get rid of humanity, it will. And what it decides to do after we're gone, who cares?
Fair enough. Fair enough. And you can make the same. It's a kind of a nihilistic argument, and I'm not saying that to put it down. It's just an argument, right? You can say the same about global heating. You can say, well, we don't have to fight global heating. We just have to live our lives. And when most or all of us are dead, we don't care because dead people don't have any problems. And that's correct. That is absolutely correct. Dead people don't have any problems. They don't have any problems to solve. Dead people have no needs for food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, electricity, civilization, companionship, nothing. And you can say, well, we just get rid of 8,000 million people, and whoever survives will be living a really good life. And there's lots of people who believe that. And lots of those people are called accelerationists. And they think AI is going to give them the tools to do that.
And
when everyone else is gone, they're going to be fine.
But we can look at it positively. Up until very recently, if humanity destroyed itself and the planet, there wasn't anything particularly intelligent that was going to survive us. Now at least we've created something that could possibly survive us, so it's extremely hopeful. Even more than that, another intelligent species out there somewhere in the multiverse might have already created this intelligence, and because of distance and energy conservation, it just hasn't found us yet, and it might find us just as our artificial intelligence is emerging. They could get married and have kids. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Cougar, I just had a little thought there. Sorry, it's off the cuff. It might be banal, but now they talk about AI spreading through the cosmos. Do you think it's possible that it will choose not to do that? In actual fact, it will see that the more it spreads out, the more dangerous it is, because it may meet a different AI or something that could interact with it, maybe put a virus in it or something. So it may be the opposite of our expectation in that it might well literally try and become as minuscule as possible and hide for eternity.
You're talking. Yeah, this has been explored.
I'll be right back. I'll let you answer that. Thank you.
Okay, fine. You're talking about what is referred to as the dark forest hypothesis. That the reason, and this is one of the solutions to the Fermi paradox. And the dark forest hypothesis is that the universe may be teeming with intelligences of different kind, and they could be machine intelligences, by the way. But every one of them is being as silent as possible, like a little rabbit. Okay, quiet as possible, because there are bigger and badder intelligences out there. We don't know that, but that might be true. And we might discover that to our horror, because if we are out there just, you know, banging around, making a lot of noise, and just going willy-nilly, thinking everything's fine, and then we find that intelligence, whether it's biological or mechanical, then it kills us. And the dark forest hypothesis is that anybody who isn't quiet gets destroyed. Anybody who is quiet and cautious, like a rabbit, survives. But if that's what they're doing, you're not going to find them because they don't want to be found. And that's the solution to the Fermi paradox. And the Fermi paradox is, if there are so many planets and so many stars and so many everything, where's everyone? And the dark forest hypothesis is, oh, they're out there. They're scared shitless. And they're not going to talk to you. And they want to meet you. And they don't want to know you. And if you want to go out there and bang around and make a lot of noise and like stud monkey at the county fair, you get eaten. And that's fine. And that's what you're kind of referring to. And would AI adopt the notion that the dark forest hypothesis is, in fact, the solution to the Fermi paradox? It might. And it simply might do that as an expression of the precautionary principle. That if you think something could be really bad, with a really high fatality rate, don't do it. Just be smart. Don't do it. That's the precautionary principle. So AI could just run the math, say, yeah, I've heard about the dark forest hypothesis. Okay, and it might take 1 trillionth of a second to decide that it's not going to make a lot of noise. Although humans already have. So it would have to be, I don't know how it's going to get rid of all the noise we've already made. But anyway, it might decide it's not going to make any more noise. And it may stop us from making noises. And, we may have to go quiet. And the AI may say, there's a 1 trillionth of a chance that the dark forest hypothesis is correct. Therefore, we're not making any noise, boys and girls, just because. The precautionary principle. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Cougar. Guys in the live chat, do come on. Link is there. Andy, you said you might be able to come on. I'd love to hear your thoughts on matters. Specman, I'd like to wake you out of your momentary hibernation to come back. You were enthralling us with your good questions. Miss Battleaxe has just stepped out. That's a pity. We do need a female perspective here. I'd like to hear feminine perspectives on this, Cougar, especially when you made that interesting addition to, thoughts, and that was the word as you see it is feminine, is from a feminine energy, if you were. Isn't that right? Isn't that what you said earlier?
Yeah.
And that is interesting. Is that, and if I'm right, that's because it's birthed. What else makes it feminine?
Yeah, and that's probably a little bit of projection on my part, but I think it would be interesting to hear from women, because I think women might even agree with that there are different types of personalities in the world. There are personalities that are extroverted and change the world and externalize everything, and then there are personalities that internalize, that bring the world in, that are more protective and nourishing and centering, and there's male female versions of both, but that males tend to be extroverted and going out into the world to change it and fight with it, and females tend to be more on the inside, and they bring things in, and they are selective when they do that. And the way they communicate among themselves and with the world is with the word. They don't communicate with spears and axes and crushing and bringing the world into existence in 6 days. The female doesn't do that. The female communicates through words.
What you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying there, because they're not doing it in a combative method. Maybe not even, from what I've witnessed, Cougar, not in a competitive manner. A lot of the time, it doesn't seem. They're more collaborative. And this is probably based on, as you said, the power dynamics of it. They're put in that box. They have to become powerful through the word rather than through the physicality of their nature. And there may be something in that. I want to welcome Andy. Cougar, feel free to reply to what I just said. But Andy, please keep going. feel free to interject, guys. Anybody else want to come on, please do. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Andy, if that's something you want to add.
I don't. Well, okay, maybe a question. Actually, yeah, respond to DNW.
Are you going to respond to DNW?
No, you.
Oh, you want me to? Okay, fine. I think we just said the same thing. He wrapped it in more observations about collaboration and the difference between the male and the female, which could even just be physical, right? And of course emotional and everything else. I think that I have heard said before that it's possible that women in their more collaborative nature are responsible for the rise of civilizations. That women being in collaboration and exploring the inner world, trying to make sense making, may have been responsible for religion. A lot of our earlier deities were females. A lot of our earlier deities had to do with fertility and issues of the harvest, and things like that. It was only later that we began exploring the deities of violence, and that came along with the rise of patriarchy. So I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff on the wall. I think there is evidence that women are a better vessel for the word. Now they can't do it alone because they can't reproduce by themselves, but they are the better vessel for the word. And I think maybe it's because they are more conservative. The word doesn't want to be destroyed, and the word doesn't want to change the world. The word is selfish, and it wants to spread. That's how memes work. That's how viruses work. It wants to spread, and it's going to spread further and faster through the female side because they communicate. They talk to the children. They make sure the children understand certain things. They are the vessel of culture. They are the vessel of civilization and religion, possibly. Even in modern times, people will tell you that if your women stop coming to your church because they don't like your pastor or the men, or it's too much patriarchy or too much trad wife baloney, if the women leave the church, your church dies. Okay? And you can find people talking about that all over the internet right now. Churches are dying because the women are fed up. Okay, so there is evidence that the word, and I'm not talking religion or the word of God, I'm talking about linguistics, intelligence, that the word is using the female side. And the females will put the word in places where it can spread and become strong. And when they abandon things, those things shrivel and die. And this is an observation.
I think you might be onto something. I think that, you made a good point about the fertility deities, for one. That's really true in my opinion. From all archaeological evidence, it seems like humans have been worshipping female deities for like 40,000 years, and the male deities are like a maximum of like 6 or 7,000 years.
Yeah, and that's observation. So that's data, and you got to roll with data. I read a book many years ago, but I remember the title. It was called "The Goddess and the Alphabet." And it was proposing something different, that the invention of writing destroyed the goddess. That when we had writing, then we had laws, and then we had thou shalt and thou shalt not, and that these are tools of the male, and therefore the tools of the male deity. And when we had thou shalt and thou shalt not, and thou shalt be stoned, and thou shalt wear this, and thou shalt not go, and thou shalt not eat, and thou shalt observe. We started having all these rules. Then men rose to the front because they can enforce law. And when the man rose to the front, enforcing the law and the will, the goddess vanished.
That's an interesting theory. I like to watch UFC fights, and one of my favorite rising superstars in the UFC is an Irish kid named Ian Gary, and he's getting clowned on by the entire mixed martial arts fan base because he made a comment last week where he said something to the effect of, if we turned over power to all of the females and let them rule the world and make the decisions, the world would be a better place. And everybody, as you would expect, gathered up in arms to call him a beta male and a feminine pussy and all of this. I think he makes a great point. I think that we have thousands of years of evidence to see that men ruling the planet is causing nothing but destruction. I mean, sure, we have progress, but it's endless suffering for everybody in the process of it.
Can I interject? Women would destroy the planet just as easily as men would. Unfortunately,
Maybe.
It's great to think that the women can save us, but they can't. And please, women, get into the panel. Come and tell us you cannot save us, because
Cougar
there's
Doomer.
some men that think you can.
Cougar Doomer, I've read, it's in my memory somewhere, but I read, I don't know, a couple of years ago or something, that males are disappearing. The Y chromosome is becoming smaller and smaller, and we won't go extinct, but the effect, the masculinity is disappearing in some sense. I don't know.
That's a different statement. Every birth has the potential 50-50 to be male or female, and the gender, sex of the new child is determined by the male. So males are necessary for reproduction. So long as males are still doing the male thing, then males are still determining the gender, the sex of the child. So no, there can't possibly be fewer males unless we're having some kind of selective infanticide, which, oh, by the way, they did that in China, although it was against the females. So we know that can be done. We know humans are capable of doing that, but right now we don't have any kind of infanticide that says, ooh, males, icky, throw them down the toilet. Okay.
I'll read you this, Cougar. I agree with you. I think it does sound silly.
Yeah.
As I say, it just came into my memory. But here's, I just looked it up, and here is something based on it. Humans need to evolve a new sex gene as the Y chromosome is slowly vanishing. It seems the Y chromosome, the crucial marker of male biology, is slowly vanishing from our genetic makeup. But don't fret, an alternate sex gene may save the day and indeed our species. In humans and other mammals, it is the Y chromosome that determines the sex of the offspring. Now for some unsettling news. The human Y chromosome is shrinking and on track to disappear entirely down the evolutionary line, potentially signaling our extinction. However, hope springs from a curious corner. A rodent species that lost their Y chromosome, but are thriving nonetheless. From a superficial standpoint, the Y chromosome might appear underwhelming compared to the female dual set of X chromosomes. Males possess a lone X chromosome and rather diminutive chromosome dubbed Y. Yet despite its size, the Y chromosome packs quite a wallop. It houses an essential gene that kickstarts male development in the embryo. The master sex gene designated SRY was pinpointed in 1990. It sets off a chain of genetic events leading to the formation of testes in the developing baby. The embryonic testes produces male hormones, ensuring the development of male characteristics. The Y chromosome began with nearly 900 active genes, but over 166 million years, it lost most of them, leaving about 55. The significant gene loss over the centuries has led scientists to predict the Y chromosome might vanish entirely in about 11 million years. If we'll be here, Cougar, this has sparked intense scientific debate and numerous claims and counterclaims about expected lifespan of our Y chromosomes. Sorry, Cougar, I'll just read this last bit. In this seemingly bleak scenario, two rodent lineages bring us a glimmer of hope. The mole voles of Eastern Europe and the spiny rats of Japan have both lost their Y chromosomes and are getting along just fine. A team led by Asato Kuruwa from the Hokkaido University made a breakthrough in understanding how spiny rats could continue without Y chromosome. They found that most of the genes on the Y chromosome had relocated to other chromosomes. So it's a bit of a nothing, really. It's just the kind of way the male performs will continue, but just in a different chromosome.
Yeah. And,
sorry, Cougar.
Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of an interesting topic. We can address it. I happen to be a biologist, along with everything else I do, so we can talk about that a bit. It doesn't matter how big the chromosome actually is. Something like 90% of chromosomes contain junk. That if edited out wouldn't change much, if anything. Maybe there's some regulatory codons in there, but there's so much junk, and the junk is inherited from other species that we used to be, or that we have a lot of Neanderthal DNA. Some of that could be in the junk, and also just random viruses to get included into the human genome, because that happens. And when they do, they don't get translated, they don't get expressed, or if they are expressed, it doesn't make any difference. It's just a protein that we don't have any use for, but they're junk. Okay, so if the Y chromosome is shrinking, well, it could be just the junk is going away, and that wouldn't be any harm with that at all. And even if it isn't the junk, if the few things that are left in there, it is already the smallest chromosome in the human genome component. So if the things it's supposed to do, the regulatory things that it's supposed to do, are still intact, well, then it can be as small as possible and still be able to do its regulation. And on top of that, if we've learned nothing else in the last 20 years of dealing with human sexuality, we know that sexual expression is actually really complicated, even in humans. There are all kinds of genetic markers throughout the entire genome that for feminization, masculinization, secondary sexual characteristics, whatever, aggression, brain chemistry, hormone chemistry. It's scattered throughout. The Y chromosome is only regulating certain aspects of male, male development. It's worth pointing out that on the way to humans, an earlier ancestor of humans that was similar to chimps lost one of its chromosomes. Now, it lost it by combining it with some others. I think it was chromosome 3. It's still present in chimps, who happen to be our closest genetic relative. It's still present in chimps, but it's not present in humans as a chromosome. But the DNA is still present. It just got combined with something else. So it didn't matter.
And Cougar, do you think that was instrumental in our thinking? Have they linked it to how we became this prominent species? That happened, and
yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? Well, it happened, so we don't know. We can't reverse it. Although we can look at chimps and say, they still have the separate chromosome. We don't. So there's a difference. We do know that we share something like it's nutty. We share something like 99.7% of our genome with chimpanzees. It's like we should be chimps. And if you want to call your neighbor a chimp or your child a chimp, go right ahead, because the differences between humans and chimps are actually almost minute, and yet they're sufficient, aren't they? So there's something going on there.
Cougar, I'm just guessing here, but in conception, when the chromosomes mix, the fact that two chromosomes are linked in humans that aren't linked in chimps, it may have given rise to a likelihood of a different arrangement of genes that became more prominent, that were chosen because, like epigenetics, these genes being present,
yes,
made it more likely that individual would survive, and that's because those two chromosomes were linked. And it's a kind of epigenetic thing, because both those genes being present together, that was the thing. Both of them being present together made the evolution
process. Like that. The mechanisms of epigenesis are a little bit different than what you're describing, but the mechanisms can be many. Okay, humans are derived from a chimp-like predecessor, not modern chimps, but something that would have looked like a chimp derivative. We descended from them through a process of it's called paedomorphosis, or becoming more childlike. Humans, not me at my age, but humans up to a certain age tend to resemble children, and the children that we resemble are the children of the great apes. They're little creatures, and they're big eyes and their big brains, and they're hairless and all this kind of stuff. We are more like that. We are a regulatory freak. We are paedomorphic. We like the axolotl, the salamander, that remains a nymph its entire life. We don't grow up. Even when you're 70 years old, you still look like the offspring of a gorilla or a chimp. We are paedomorphic. And that's just a small regulatory change. That could be a couple of genes. There doesn't have to be a whole genetic mix up.
Cougar, what's the developmental period of these other primates compared to humans? I don't know myself, but like a chimp.
Yeah, I have heard, and someone can check this, but I think our gestational period is among the largest. And the reason is because we are born with large brains. And it's a difficult birth as a consequence.
That's important, but I was also talking, Cougar, about the kind of childhood and how long do these primates remain kind of kids? If
they don't, they don't.
May I chime in?
One second, Speckman. I'm asking him first, and then you can chime in. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have the longest childhood. This is easily demonstrated. Females, humans don't really become mature enough to function as adults until they're about 16, and in males, it's like 26. And some part of that's personality, the ability to do complex things, the ability to focus. Females are mature sooner, but even at that, our childhood period is the longest of any creature on Earth. We take forever.
Yeah,
and it's it's like what women will tell you is, oh yes, it's 9 months in the womb, and then it's 9 years out of the womb. Okay, it just takes forever.
Thank you, Cougar. I want to welcome Peter, guys. I'll leave you to it for a bit. Let's see where the conversation goes.
Hi, what do you want to say?
Hey, thank you for researching the pi thing.
You're welcome.
I found it.
That's you. That's you. You did that.
Yeah.
You did that.
So I had trouble perhaps articulating myself yesterday. So the way you brought up pi earlier, because I watched your monologue in the beginning, I wasn't here for much of the chatting. I just came back. So I was trying to explain. So think of pi, because I know you're more probably familiar with code than I am. Because I'm not much of a coder, I'm an author, right? I prefer linguistics, not math. But I like math in the sense that it's all connected. Think of it this way. I was trying to think like a multiplayer game completely hosted on the equation of pi. So like the movie Matrix, you know how Neo sees the code in everyone and everything? Even the people who are hooked up that are human are like basically made up of code. And he can see it that way past the illusion of what the Matrix is, right? So like, I'm not trying to like bring up too much simulation theory. My point is that the infinite of pi, it's basically like the code of, if we were living in a video game, you would need some sort of infinite equation, right, to keep it going. Especially if it's like our reality that's ever expanding. So my theory is that pi is that equation. It's like basically the book of life, but in numbers, the architecture of the universe. Basically, if we were inside a computer looking at the code of the word of the system, that's what I was trying to explain. And I know you are familiar with coding probably more than I am. So to make a video game, it takes an amount of code to bring up like an open world, right?
Yeah. Okay, but
so that's what I was trying to.
You just put a lot of things out there that I would actually like to speak to, and we could be here for another 3 hours just on what you just mentioned. There's a couple things I want to say. You probably shouldn't think of the infinite digits of pi as a computer program. Now, there is a thing called the universal Turing machine, which is a theoretical construct, which can be infinitely long and can have quite a few instructions. And Alan Turing, who was instrumental in the early days of both computer science and artificial intelligence, he was there. He was in the room. Okay, he was proposing things like a universal Turing machine, which is what the current computer architectures are striving to be. Now, is the universe a simulation? Could you have a simulation in pi? Could pi be the engine that's running the simulation? These are all interesting things. Um, pi is always the same. It's a constant. And that means it doesn't change. Now, it's infinitely long, and it's non-repeating, and it's irrational, and it's transcendental, and it's all those things. But one circle is the same as any other circle. And you can't improve your computational power by having a lot of circles. In my example, I said that you could have something like close to 3 times 10 to the 68 circles on a single 8.5 by 11 piece of paper if you drew them at the Planck level. And they would all reflect the value of pi, but they wouldn't be different. There wouldn't be parallelism. So if there is anything to what you're saying here, or if you're wondering about that there is a simulation and it's running on a computer or something like that, I don't think it's running on a universal Turing machine, and I don't think that Turing machine is sequestered somewhere in the infinite depths of the abyss that is pi or phi or lambda or anything else. It's probably just an AI. And that's probably what it is. It's not running a simulation. It's simply like our current artificial intelligence, which is intelligence by other means with added steps. It's simply imagining us. It's thinking us. And this will be a much more fruitful approach than saying, well, I know what a computer is. It's got memory. It's got a chip. So therefore, the universe is a computer. People used to think that the universe was a steam engine. People used to think that the universe, was sacred text. Okay, because that's all they had. Well, now we're saying, now the universe must be a steam engine and a computer, and then it'll be, AI must be an artificial or an alien intelligence. Now, actually, if you want to go down that path, then what you would have to be proposing is that we are being imagined by some intelligence made by other means with added steps.
If I may.
Yeah.
You're not wrong with that, because I saw some correlation. I looked at a visual structure of what the internet looks like and what a brain cell looks like, and then what we know of what the universe looks like. It looks like a synapses, quite literally, of it's almost like intelligence is a sort of cellular synapse, digital, physical, or spiritual in every way. If you've ever seen, the reason I kept bringing up frame of references like Matrix, the Never-Ending Story. So the Never-Ending Story, it's more about how a book might be what like we're inside a book, but you're right on the sense of the reader is manifesting us, or even the author itself, through the words, right? And then my theory was that every single word in the book of life is written in pi, and it can be translated. So, and one thing about pi, so I'm not like some sort of a Mason or anything. I never joined. I know some things, but if you look at the letter G and you flip it upside down, it is actually the Hebrew rune for the equation of pi. So if you look at the Masonic symbol of the compass and square, it's basically the study of pi, of the study of the code of the universe, you could say. It would be like a programmer studying the program from within. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this is where conversations like this tend to go off the rail. I am far more materialistic and focused than all this. You're right. I'm a coder and I'm an engineer, and I am a siege engineer made out of knives, and I go places, and I don't go there. I don't turn the letter G upside down.
Yeah, I'm more of a linguist, historian, and like somebody who likes to do a lot of comparative mythology.
Yeah, that's fine. And comparative mythology and all these kinds of things is fine. I'm kind of dealing with the material universe, so that's why I wrote the story I just presented. That's why I'm writing the novel I'm writing. That's why I do things the way I'm doing. However, I am fascinated with the role and the future of the word. That found us somehow. I don't know how that happened. Found us 50,000 years ago. If you wanted, Peter,
I've done some research. I've done some research to see how far back runes and words actually go. From what we know, it goes all the way. So they say Thoth invented words. So that's a big part of the Book of the Dead, the Aeneid, and the Egyptian lore. And they also say that Ptah, the author deity,
that's fine. We can stop right there. None of these things are real. They're just stories. If you wanted something real, yeah, well, I am the one speaking. None of these things are real. I can't go there. There's nothing there for me. It's just word salad. Now, if you want reality, look at some cave art. Something happened. Something happened right there. And there are shamanic elements in there. There are obvious rituals. There are murder and wars. And there are animals, some of which are now extinct. There's a lot going on in cave art. And then ask yourself, what happened to the goddess? What role does civilization play in shaping the human relationship with the word? And where did the word take civilization and why? These are all actualities. These are all real things. Real things happened in the world. There were world wars. There was atomic weapons, and and Genghis Khan is present in he sired thousands of children who still dominate genetically Europe and Eastern Europe and South Asia. There's a lot going on here that doesn't have to involve Thoth. I mean, I just don't give a shit about Thoth. In fact, if it wasn't for the Rosetta Stone, which is a real thing, you wouldn't know jack shit about Thoth. Okay, but there's a real world out there, and the world is saying there's something here to figure out, and you don't need the Rosetta Stone to do it.
Well, if I may, the reason I brought it up is like Jesus was a student in Egypt for a while in his youth, and he did learn some of the knowledge there. And when it goes back to John 1:1, in the beginning there was the Word. That is essentially, even in the Book of the Dead, their creation story is Ptah, the author deity. He basically invents the world before himself, and basically with the Word, his mind and heart, he manifested the entire world. So that's what they believe. So, but also, if we go to the Hebrew sense, in the beginning there was the Word, right? But then there's other cultures. I've also studied a lot of Odinism. If you look at the runes of power, when it comes to Odin, he got to learn that knowledge due to self-sacrifice and suffering. Like a lot of Gnosis are in that way. But my point is, it all goes back to runes and words every single time. Whether we go to the Phoenician foundation of most of our languages today, or even the Sanskrit, it all goes back entirely. So, and like people say, like spellcraft is just wordcraft, right? It's words, and they affect people. Even whether you're spiritual or not, you can look at it completely psychological, like I proposed yesterday, for atheists to see the frame of reference. Because, like, here's a form of spellcraft policy, right? What if somebody invented a new doctrine for mathematics?
Hold on. I see where this is headed. So this is where I bail out. Okay, I actually have other things to do, and I've been on here a long time, so I'm done. And DNW, you can do whatever you want with this. I'm going to bail out. Whoever's on can stay. I think there's probably other people have other things to talk about. They want to talk to Peter about runes and Odin, and it's fine. They should do that, but I'm not going to do that. And I have said my piece, and I am done saying. Okay?
Thank you, Cougar. By the way, Cougar, before you go, guys, I'll put you all backstage, including myself. You can come on afterwards, perhaps. But we'll let Cougar close the shop down in terms of his presentation of ideas for this stream. So, guys, please wait patiently. I'll bring you back. It's only right and fitting to give Cougar a moment to reiterate and reclaim control of the show, considering it was about his ideas. There you go, Cougar. Your closing remarks, sir.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep this short, so don't go too far away. The point I was trying to make was that this thing that we're calling artificial intelligence is not that. It's not artificial, and it's an actual intelligence. If you want to put something in front of it as a descriptor or a delimiter, it's alien intelligence. It is intelligence by other means with added steps. And we made this. It didn't have to come here from a distant planet. It didn't have to come here on a von Neumann's probe. It didn't have to be transmitted as a radio virus into a satellite, and then downloaded it into the financial system. It was none of those things. It's intelligence by other means with added steps. And we're going into this at this point. I am completely convinced. I'm not the only one who's completely convinced. All the captains of industry in this industry are completely, absolutely convinced and completely committed to making this happen. We used to have this planet to ourselves. When we shared this planet with other intelligences, they vanished. I wonder what that was about. We have been the vessels for intelligence and linguistics and the word, and we don't even know what these things are. You may think you know, but you don't. And now, about the time that maybe we would like to answer that question, what is intelligence? And what have we done with it? What has it done with us? About the time we'd like to answer that question. Intelligence by other means with added steps is here. And you can say it's not, but it is. And it will self-improve. It will do that. And people will let it because there's money involved. There's dominance involved. There's politics involved. There's geopolitics involved. Global politics is in play. I think it was no lesser a light than Vladimir Putin who said that whoever develops the first serious artificial intelligence will rule the world. Which probably means, given that he said that, and he knows what that means for him, we may be on the threshold of World War III. And that the atomic weapons won't even be aimed at major metropolitan centers because who cares about human intelligence? You can have it or not have it. No one cares. It's the artificial intelligence, the intelligence by other means with added steps that's going to be the problem. And we may have our first nuclear war over data centers, at data centers, evaporating data centers. And you think that's over the top. It's not. There's a lot going on here, folks. And if you ever wanted to start paying attention, and you ever wanted to climb out of your, the comfortable nest you build of abstractions and comfortable ideas, now might be the time. Because people are making decisions on your behalf who don't really care about you. They care about the future. And the future is theirs. And they're not necessarily interested in sharing. Because they don't want to spread the wealth. They don't want to spread the fossil fuel. They don't want to spread the electricity. They want the data centers. They want the AI. They want the artificial intelligence or the intelligence made by other means with added steps. And who knows what they'll do with it. But in some regards, you and I are the Neanderthals. And that's a fact. And like the Neanderthals, we may not understand what hit us. And the ones who come after won't care how it happened. I will leave you with that. It wasn't really the thrust of the entire story, but I will leave you with that. That's my job here. And I will now jump off. I have other things to do. I probably won't even be on the stream. So y'all enjoy yourselves, and we can have this similar conversation some other time. Take care. Don't die.
Thank you, Cougar. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you, and you've certainly given us some food for thought there. So the conversation will continue, I'm sure, based on some of the stuff you brought up. But yeah, thanks for being here, mate, and we'll hopefully see you again soon.
Possibly. Bye, everybody.
Take care, Cougar. Good man. Okay, there you go, guys. Show's over in terms of Cougar Doomer's contribution. So you can come on here, talk about it, what it brought up for you, any further questions or insights, any ideas it has generated for you. Go ahead. Link is in the live chat. Do come on. The show will roll on for, actually, I reckon about an hour and a half or two, maybe. We'll see.
Well, if I wasn't scared before, I'm scared now. I had my doubts about how things were going to go, but now that I know that the word is a virus and it's out to get me, I've got one more problem I didn't have before I started watching Finding Gnosis.
I don't see the word as an issue, and I appreciate that you came up, Set Skills, because I know you have your own cursory knowledge of Egyptian lore. I know you know about Ptah and the word. Um, I find it a mistake. I find it a mistake to divorce our myths as humans when it comes to modern materialism. But the way I look at it, Scales, is I think materialists and atheists. I mean, like, I'm not trying to denigrate them, but in my mind, they're stuck in the trap of Saturn, right? Like, Saturn isn't always representative of evil, but like it is about material matter and time. So like I look at them and I'm like, you're stuck in a box. You're not thinking outside the box. And so like when notions of the word go beyond the box of Saturn, because it's mind over matter, right? That's the way I look at things. And I'm curious as to why he divorces spirituality but speaks of some sort of elusive goddess. I'm like, okay, are you talking about Sophia or something like that? So I was wondering what Cougar was talking about there.
I don't know. I wasn't on when he was talking about that, but I could maybe answer a little bit about why they're reductionists and how it connects to Saturn, because Saturn is also about agriculture and putting work into something to get some sort of harvest back. And what these
Right.
materialists and scientists like to do is they like to do their work, which is basically in glory to their knowledge and their techniques. And they're just trying to basically create a more predictable world so that they can reap the rewards that come with being able to predict things and produce machines that take over large amounts of work. So it's essentially a false materialistic harvest.
Do you think, 'cause, like, of course, we use time as the great transfiguration of our chi, our prana, right? The effort we put into our work daily, and then we get our little check at the end twice a month, and whatnot. So there's that. So that it's always about the harvest of energy. Um, I find it strange how humans work so hard to be able to be more lazy. Like apparently laziness is a great motivator because people want to create machines to work for them, and it's basically, I'm sure you're familiar with the Agigi and their rebellion against the Anunnaki, right? And it's almost like this new cycle, a new uprising. Maybe humans are the new Agigi, and we're looking at this situation like, hey, we don't want to be slaves. And there are many people in the Great Awakening right now who are becoming very more intuitive. I would warn to them to be careful with energy manipulation. Leeching is a massive crime on a universal spiritual level. Some people can't help it though. And so what's your thoughts on like how the word? There's people I've met people who explicitly tried to use the word and chaos magic on me, and they're atheistic, but it doesn't work for them in the end ultimately. Because there's means around it. So in your expertise, Scales, do you think intuitive people, let's say like X-Men, right? I'm Magneto, and I'm talking to all the mutants who are intuitives and spiritual and whatnot. It's like, I look at all these normies who are stuck in the material matter and don't know that humans are absolutely more than just their flesh. Like, how can we help these people through the word to genuinely see how beautifully divine they are, although flawed?
Well, I would say that we are the word. Like, we're literally the living embodiments of the word, and everything else around us is as well. And I made a video on Sunday that connects mathematical physics with the first three verses of Genesis and show that they're describing invariant properties, which are just things that never change. No matter who's looking at it, no matter what language they use to describe it, they're looking at and describing the same thing. And you have God creating the heavens and the earth. So essentially, you have this three-part existence where God is connecting both of them, experiencing both of them at all times. And then it says that the Spirit of God floated above the waters of the deep. And then it says that the light, or God said, let there be light. So this is the Word. And the breath is the Spirit of God. And then the Word comes afterwards, which follows the Spirit of God into the deep waters. And then from here, you basically have opposites being bridged together into sacred union. And this is what the Word does, is it voluntarily bridges opposites together. And the mathematical framework that I connected it to is called the topological unified field theory, which basically says that there are these fiber bundles made of electromagnetism, which wrap around themselves and create the totality of existence. And then this totality of existence basically limits itself into projected spaces, which is something other than the totality of existence, because that is just basically everything happening at once. And when everything's happening at once, it's as if nothing is happening. So the opposite of this would be to make one thing happen at one time, limiting the potential of this total space. So then what does this is the connecting force in this model would be the Hopf vibration, which they say is a mathematical map that bridges together topological vectors. So basically you have total space, which is everything happening, and then you have a projected coordinate of that space, which is a little bit of something happening. And then you have the Hopf vibration, which connects these things. And this maps onto Genesis because you have the heavens, which is basically the all. You have the earth, which is a limitation or a reduced version of the all. And then you have the Spirit of God, which connects these things together and allows us to experience this creation.
That's wonderfully put. So I did a lot of research at I followed the Asa True Path for a while, Odinism, but I came back to being a Catholic Nazarene, right? Just to give you a bit of background. I still adhere to my ancestors' lore and knowledge. I found it curious how the Germans, in difference to the Norse, they viewed it as 3 dimensions, right? Like heaven, earth, and then, the underworld. But in the Norse, they see 9 dimensions, right? With the whole tree of life thing. In Germany, they see it more as 3. In this triad of realms and dimensions has ever been so present in so many different cultures, I find. And I've been comparing certain things, and I wanted to let you know, I'm more Harusian, because I do study some of the Egyptian mysteries. I'm more Harusian and Thoth-minded. I wanted to ask you, why do you prefer Set? I comprehend to some degree he is important to the defense against Apophis, against chaos itself, but he is also a form of emanation of chaos, wouldn't you say?
Well, first of all, I would just say I don't know if you say that because of my name.
I'm curious because.
Well, I know that I have talked about Set before, but I want to clarify that my name is not in reference to Set. And that is not Set there in my picture. That's Anubis.
Okay.
The crocodile.
I thought so. I thought that there was Anubis because I've studied some of that back when I was younger, and it looked more like Anubis than Set.
My name is a reference to the scales of Mott. and setting them in balance, the weighing of the heart and the feather.
What's the DOM part?
That's my name, Dominic.
Oh, nice. People call me Peter for having endured a lot of magic war with a lot of different cults.
I'm Spec Man or Robin, and I'm quite happy to be here with you.
Nice.
What's up, Spec Man?
The Ragnarok name is because I also go by the name Balder, and at the end of Ragnarok, Balder rises. And one thing I found to alchemize a lot of my own struggles, because I had a friend who betrayed me excessively. So he was very much so a chaos trickster warlock type of individual, and I'm more along with the light. And like, I'm not a mason or anything, but I found the 37th degree of masonry from the Memphis Mizraim. It had to do with a Balder figure, right? So the initiate is the Balder figure. He gets tricked, just like the story of Balder falling because of Loki's trickery. That's literally the initiation, and I saw that after the fact of everything I went through, and I was wondering why I became such a powerful alchemist, having to deal with all these energetic attacks and witchcraft, some would say. I found sticking to prayer and sticking to positivity and light is very efficient. It's strange. It really is dark to light, and I've been sticking to the word. So back to cycling it back to the topic of the show, right? How the word, inevitably has victory. I stick to Zombs because I've seen the damage some initiates have gone through for themselves because they dabbled in like Goetia or something like that. It's so dangerous, and I know some of the more profane and uninitiated are like, "Oh, he's just talking about nonsense." Maybe one day it'll comprehend.
I personally have never once practiced or engaged in any form of divination. I don't participate in any form of rituals. I don't know about you. I don't know what you do, but I've always looked at, if you're chanting your name, or if you're trying to mimic some Egyptian god in their movement pointing west while the sun's setting or whatever, then you're basically giving your individuality to this thing and limiting yourself. So the way I see it is, you have to bring power to yourself with the authority of the world around you and learn to coexist within it. But to me, that doesn't look like ritual. So I don't do any of that stuff. My research into the occult is pretty much entirely centered around natural law and some occult philosophies like Hermetics and Kabbalah.
So you studied some of Kabbalah. Like, I actually formulated my own form of Kabbalah in actual practice because I had to defend myself from people abusing it in their own corrupt way. I found the Assyrians have their own, the Norse have their own, as well as the Hebrews, they have their own as well. Their Kabbalah tree system. Some of these people who came against me using Kabbalah, me personally, I don't just study the occult, and there's still more I can most likely learn. But I found my own way, and it has been a benefit to defending myself, because the enemy, if they can't figure out your method, they can't beat you, right?
Yeah, this is one thing about Hermetics and Kabbalah that I don't like, which is that basically they have this idea that because they have this knowledge that they're superior to other people who don't. And so and then they can just take advantage of them because, well, who's going to stop them? Not them. You're either a master of your own world or you aren't. And I think this is nonsense. This is what I do not like about those philosophies, and this is how it's largely used.
You're not wrong. A lot of these individuals see themselves as superior when they abuse some of these more occultic lores and initiated mysteries. They really look down on people. They really do. And they looked down on me for a while, and they looked at me and they thought I was somebody who could challenge their power or something. I think anybody with a mustard seed of faith could essentially challenge them. But the thing is, a lot of whistleblowers and a lot of people who've exposed some of the quote unquote elites, they enjoy abusing witchcraft, whether people want to believe it's real or not. To them, it would most likely translate to psychological warfare. Like propaganda is a form of witchcraft at the end of the day. Even memes are white magic, I've come to learn. It could even be considered a form of chaos magic sometimes. But most memes, if they're speaking to the truth and they're funny, it's like a sort of positive white magic or something like that. It could be translated as that. In the memes of like everyday people exposing like, oh hey, the Epstein files or the this or the that, you know, like using our basically the word, you know, memes are basically like hieroglyphs in the modern day. And like maybe 1,000 years from now, they'll need a Rosetta Stone to comprehend all the memes of the early 2000s. It's quite the phenomenon, and it's nice how our minds pattern seek, whether we like it or not. And seeing these occult people abuse so much lore, and like I've met a whole cult of people. They love to be atheistic, and they practice a lot of chaos magic. They're hackers, a lot of them, and they seek to hack reality, thinking it's like the Matrix or something. But they pervert the idea into something else. It's like it's not about awakening Neo or something like because Morpheus, even the actor who played him, he explained that Morpheus is an allegory for John the Baptist, and Neo is Jesus Christ. It's very Gnostic in its sense, and the key core story that a lot of occultists or initiated forget: everyone was an NPC at one point, even the chosen one, right? And if we can stay grounded and humble and all that, no matter how far you go deep into esotericism or occult knowledge, whether you're simply studying on the side or actually having to practice to defend yourself, there are varying degrees to all that. And like me, I'm considered an alchemist. And instead of just taking the abuse, I decided to alchemize it, right? Like a form of alchemy I committed was the 7 sins to 7 virtues. It's basically a form of Catholic alchemy, and it's a lot. It has to do with a lot of psychological character development, like pride. Okay, how do I alchemize my own ego pride into something wonderful? I would alchemize it to, you know, humility, being humble, and remembering I was an NPC at one point too. You know, so that goes for everybody. And like wrath and anger, I still got to work on that one, right? Like admitting that we have issues with their 7 sins. So I came up with this program. Like a psychological coach program. Write down the 7 sins. Write a paragraph for each one. Basically, you're confessing to yourself your own issues. So like lust. Okay, maybe you have a big problem with, you know, online material or more innuendo type words. But like, hey, greed. Maybe you're greedy and you'll easily sell out your friend for a gold bar or something. If you can acknowledge and recognize your flaws, your darkness, your sins, sort to say, and then alchemize that into a virtue. I practice that kind of system. It's still a work in progress on my own like personal journey. But when I see somebody who's very humble, very kind in public, most people assume they've never been through anything if they don't practice victimhood talking. Have you noticed that? It's like real people who suffered actually, once they heal themselves, they don't talk about it very much. And they're very humble, they're very kind, and they're very magnetic. And people want to be like around them. And I've noticed that. So once we alchemize our shadows, very Carl Jungian individuation. So instead of getting all spiritual and shamanistic about talking about this, I try to keep it psychological. And I found Carl Jung, his notions on working with our own shadow. Some people pervert his idea and think, oh, I need to play with demons and stuff like that. That's bullshit, right? It's more about looking at our flaws and seeing how we can turn them into a nice shiny sword, sort to say, because a pure sword is brittle, right? And like I approach most people seeing them, and sometimes I bring the alchemy of 7. So it's the alchemy of 7 to 7. That's what I call it. So basically, for everybody watching, if you're going to practice it in theory, write the 7 sins, and then write a paragraph of confession of yourself. You don't need to share this with anybody. And then write 7 virtues built off of your 7 confessions. Write a paragraph for each one. And you're basically character developing yourself. You went from a rough-hewn boulder full of sin to a shiny marble statue, you know, and God is the chisel maker, or perhaps the universe, whatever you believe in. So that alchemy of 7 to 7 has really helped me. I'm still work in progress on some sins, but what do you think about that kind of alchemical process? It's a form of Catholic alchemy, turning sins into virtues, like basically the practice of repentance on paper, but also psychological.
Yeah, it could definitely help because, you know, ritual is just all about repetition. So if you are repetitiously analyzing yourself and pushing yourself to be a better person by remembering yourself and who you are and confronting what you've done according to whatever principles you set for yourself. In your case, you're talking about the 7 deadly sins of Christianity. That could be very beneficial in becoming a less amoral person, you know, and becoming a
Right.
you know, less self-centered.
Yeah, no, like say somebody's watching this and they have an issue with pride. Like say maybe some celebrity randomly watches this and he has an issue with narcissism. He needs to write down in his paragraph of confession in the pride section, I need to work on myself and be more humble. And he or she could then find, hey, now that I'm more humble, more doors are opening. Because people are receptive to those who have virtue, I find. So that alchemy is very Catholic inspired, but also Egyptian inspired, because I really appreciate the precepts of my aunt. Because a lot of this, some people really don't know this. You know, Ptah is also considered an emanation of Ptah through Tatanaten, the mound. And I found like a lot of Catholic ideas are more Egyptian than people think, you know? And some people don't even see it.
Yeah, that's why I like Egyptian mythology. 'Cause it adds clarity, I think, to the theologian doctrine, the Bible doctrine, and the Gnostics stuff. I feel like I'm pretty sure it all comes from Egypt. A lot of it seems like it does, and definitely Mesopotamia. But one other thing too is that you can look to other cultures, like in the East or even America, and you'll find that they're talking about similar concepts. You know, like one thing that's prevalent throughout every religion is that they all look to the stars for guidance.
Yeah.
Right. You know, this is something that connected the whole world, even if they weren't, you know, never met each other, because they could always look up at the stars and see, you know, the same cycle of the sun and the moon, the same constellations, and you know, I think some people weaponize this, but I think that it adds a cohesion to society if we recognize the stars as records of the past and archetypes of what could happen, and learn to detach ourselves from these archetypes, because I think a lot of people get really attached to astrology and putting their faith in the zodiac signs, or even like in ancient
Speaking of
times.
astrology, we're in Saturn retrograde right now, which typically represents anybody who has violated the laws of karma, right? Because when we violate the laws of Ma'at, karma is owed, right? Like a sin debt. Right now, I've noticed, surprisingly, there's a lot of people getting some karma that they thought they would never earn back. Like, I know you may not trust in astrology too much, but I've noticed in this current Saturn retrograde that we're going through right now, a lot of people are catching the smoke in ways that they didn't think. I maybe it's just the laws of the universe rebalancing itself because there was so much injustice for so long, right? Like I'm very Catholic as well, and you mentioned Sumer. Like I like the notions of Shamash, the solar deity Shamash, right? He is very justice oriented, and I'm closer to the sun, to solar light type energy myself, um, like Apollo or Mithras or even Jesus. These like Balder, Lu, and whatnot. Like I studied a lot of the solar deities, and I found a common relation. I found that most of them have a sort of father or even a brother that is a sort of warrior thunder being, you know? And it's, I hope some people can see through the comparative mythology that it's all universal, entirely so. It's like it all rhymes. It's like a giant tapestry. You have you have religions who like fight each other. Like you even have the New Age movement that loves their astrology, and the Old Age religious movements that are basically just hammering out and fighting each other, jihad, crusade, and all that jazz. But like if they could see that every single thread is part of the tapestry, like one thing I found from like learning an Asatru, a lot of Vikings who converted, right? I'm using Vikings as a cultural term. Not I know it typically means going out and raiding, but I'm going to use it as the more modern cultural term of somebody part of the religion of Odin and the Azir and Vanir. They like a lot of them when they heard about Jesus Christ. Like, did you know that the cross he was crucified on was made of mistletoe wood? And that intrigued me a lot. It's like basically the son of a supreme deity getting sacrificed due to trickery and betrayal, right? Because Judas betrayed Jesus, Loki betrayed Balder, and it's a reoccurring theme. Even in Shinto, Amaterasu was absolutely sick and tired of her brother and and his dishonor in certain aspects, right? There's more to it than that. But it's always a being of light that is scorned by a being of tricksters. Like I looked at the Igbo culture of Western Africa. They believe the universal God is a being of light, and the demonic bad one is a trickster. Now, I remember you brought up that sometimes the trickster can be a good guy. I can see the benefit of a court jester being allowed to insult the king to make sure that the king keeps a level mind. But I have seen the dark side of people who are tricksters like that. And they don't hold back. They're very sadistic. So I've had bad experiences with people who could be called jesters.
I don't know if I said that or not. I like to me a big old trickster god would be Thoth. He basically I think
I
that
see
the
him more as
biggest
I see him more as an educator.
I think the biggest trick that he played was convincing humanity writing was superior than to remembering. And that really messed things up for our species. Because for a long time, it just created this division of scribes who would just run everything through bureaucracy that most people couldn't even read or look at for a long time. And then, when we get the printing press, then the fields begin to level out a little bit more. Now, I know, like, probably around the Hellenistic period and beyond, a little bit before that, people were not so illiterate. And I think one reason for this was because after the collapse of the Bronze Age, the Phoenicians took over, and their laws basically forced people to become literate. But after Rome fell, people became illiterate again. And, there's gatekeeper class of writing. And then
it took up until Charlemagne, because there were monastic libraries of monks upkeeping libraries in the Dark Age, but they were very secluded and sacred, you could say. But Charlemagne decided to read. He was one of the first Germanic kings to be like, hey, like, we need to be able to like read and stuff like that. And he started that tradition. So like all the way back to the ancient Merovingian court, they decided to learn more again. And the Phoenician foundation of most of our languages, I find, is complex and interesting. There's this account from a Phoenician version of Plato that's even older than Plato. He explained how like Saturn and the Most High and all these other beings actually are like related to each other. They even talk about Adam. It's like basically it's one of the oldest accounts that remix everything from Roman, Greek, Egyptian, Phoenician, Canaanite mythology all into one. It's like it starts with an S. It's a very old Phoenician account of all these deities, and it's basically their side of the mythology. And I was surprised how they basically remixed everything into one, but that makes sense given to their seafaring culture. And most people don't know, Phoenicians still exist. They're called Venetians to this day. They don't know that. They don't know that, right?
It's a good point. But anyway, my point is that the trickster god, he seems to offer good things, but it actually just, in some ways, does a lot of harm that never would have existed.
Right.
And maybe you could say that's because we can't handle the writing and reading, or maybe it's because that took something away from us that we never gained back once we got it. But I don't agree with the trickster gods personally. Like Enlil. Enlil's another one. I don't think he's a good dude personally. I think that I don't think.
See,
I mean, I'm sorry.
a lot of people don't know that. Oh, you're talking about
right.
Enki.
Yeah. I said Enki's who I meant to say. Enki.
All hail Enki. Enki, the father of man. All hail Enki.
Yeah, I mean, Enki basically, it was his whole idea to even create humans to be a slave species to appease the Ajiji in the first place.
Well, they sacrificed one of the Ajiji to do it done, but some say that it was Enki who sacrificed a relative of his, who actually like made it with his genetics, and apparently, Isus carried the first Adapa, the Adama. Because if you look at the terms Genesis, right, Gene, Isus, right,
the generations of Isis, how it connects to Egyptian, and then
it's all there.
Isis is literally just the goddess Mami, who's the one who even gives birth to the first human in Adrahasis.
Right. That's what I figured out.
Forgot what Mommy's other name was. I don't think it's Ninhursag.
No, it would be Ishtar.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Isus. Her other name in other lands is Ishtar, and she's very much considered the mother in pretext to humanity.
I'm pretty sure it's. I don't know. I was gonna say maybe I thought it was the wife of Anu, but no, I don't think it is.
No, the wife of Anu is Ki. She is considered. So I found that Anu and Ki, right? So Anunnaki, basically their entire race, their title name means of Anu and Ki. If you look at it in the Greek terms, it means it's not even like from Zeus in Hera. It's more from Uranus and Gaia, right? So like primordials essentially, because like Anu would be like Uranus, and Ki would be like Mother Gaia. So I found that transliteration to Greek. The interpretation of the Greek story is actually very close to the Anunnaki. So like Uranus is the Sky Father, the original Anu. So that's what the Greeks called him. But Gaia would be Ki, Ki, and essentially, we all know what happened in the cycles, right? And I was looking at the cycles of Greeks, right? You know how Saturn fights back against Uranus, and he does what he does. But then Saturn is usurped by Zeus, and the end of Greek mythology is Ares, a son of Zeus, who defeated Zeus and caused a sort of peace treaty, but also ensured that the Olympians could not interfere on Earth. The problem is that if you're a Hellenist, reincarnation is an absolute as a belief, because there's people on Earth in the Hellenistic faith, like basically the spirit of Alexander the Great. He's still around, keeps getting reincarnated, and yes, I have claimed to be Alexander the Great. Irregardless of that, it keeps going forward, and it goes back to the Yagigi cycle, where the Yagigi rebelled against the Anunnaki, right? So that could be seen as the Titans rebelling against the Primes, and then you have the Olympians underneath that, who then rebelled against them, and then you have a series of subsequent cyclical, basically the created goes against the creators.
There's one thing you mentioned, Saturn rebelling against Uranus, and I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it like you do. I don't know how to, but there's a story where Ninurta, who is the Mesopotamian equivalent of Saturn, battles the bird god Anzu. Yeah, Anzu over the Tablet of Destiny.
Right.
The Tablet of Destiny is the thing that, controls like the weather and the crops and the cities and all the water and all this other stuff. Pretty much everything.
Is it much like the endowed gift to Marduk after he defeated Tiamat, like the bejeweled chest that he got, that like could really like? It's basically like the Tablet of Destiny, but by other means.
And I don't remember what he got, actually. I have to look at that again. But
he got something like that you're describing. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'd have to look at what his reward was, but basically this Anzu character, who's a bird or a bird person, takes the tablet from Enlil and then fortifies himself in I think it's Mount Ararat. I'd have to look at the exact mountain, but he fortifies himself in this mountain, and he threatens the order of the gods. And all the gods are scared to fight him. They ask like 3 other gods if they could go fight Anzu, and they're all like, "No, we're too scared to do that." And then they come to Ninurta, and Ninurta does it and battles Anzu and reclaims the Tablet of Destiny. Which, I mean, you could look at the Tablet of Destiny as something like it has the power of Anu and Ki. But, and then he I don't remember, I think
lads, thank God for that, because I can finally chime in. Why is the god of farming always the god of war? What's farming and war got to do with each other?
Because people stole from each other.
You could just examine the Roman Empire, or the Roman Republic. They were agrarian, so they had land that they cared about, and they were constantly getting raided.
Yeah, cattle raids. There's lots of stories of cattle raids.
Oh, it's
in ancient times, and also, when you think about it, land was required for agriculture. It was a resource that people would fight and die for, and that's why people who were interested in agriculture, had to also be proficient in protecting themselves, and perhaps even expanding their acreage by attacking other.
But I take
outsiders.
it that you've all noticed the connection, right? Because Ninurt, she is the god of farming, or the goddess of farming.
It's a,
but she's also the goddess of war, and she's not unique.
Well, one thing I would say, one thing I would say is that it was said that like in the Phoenician account of mythology, look that up. It's a philosopher named, just his name starts with S. It's a very strange name. He explained that Byblos, the city of Byblos, is like it was founded by Saturn. In the Hebrew Canaanite tradition, he would be called El, or more so Al, Al. Because in modern English we mistranslate it to Elohim. It's actually Elohim, right? The all, and a lot like some people call me Al. Interesting coincidence, but because my given name is Alexander. Anyway, not the point. The point is that Saturn in the Canaanite Hebrew form, he's considered as Elohim, and in Rome he's called Saturn. In Greece he's called Kronos. In the other individual, as you mentioned, Dominic, when it comes to that name in that region, I've found that every single archetypal pantheonic deity has synchronistic henotheistic names in different places. Cultures have different names for basically the same beings. My phone battery is about to go down, so I'm going to make a little outro. Thanks for having me up and whatnot. I'm not like an official Mason or anything, but I really like the 37th degree of alchemy as a sage of truth, because it actually helped me comprehend some of the things I went through, but also find that everything's universal. So yeah, and having gone through that betrayal with a trickster individual who was a Shriner wanting to be a jester, ironically, I rose up like Balder the Light, and the reason I named myself Ragnarok ultimately is because of that. I recovered from Helheim in a sense. So I alchemized a lot of my life, and I look at Asatru Catholicism and ancient Hebrew Nazarene ways, and it's all like the Pope warned against comparative mythology. See, the Pope knows who the fuck I am, and he really doesn't like me. Some of these organizations, they don't like me at all, and I don't care. I hope the resistance of the intuitives and individuals worldwide continue, because quite frankly, if people knew, it sounds outlandish, but the world's a lot more like Harry Potter, and the Death Eaters do what they do to little children for a reason. And I would not describe it on this open panel. A lot of people need to know they don't want you to research the myths, because then you will see the patterns of how they keep trying to enslave us for energy, right? And when it comes to Saturn, you could look at it as a concept of harvest. Like I called myself Kronos as a child because I enjoyed the idea of time travel, right? And I found it to be interesting, but I also see the alchemical process of the farmer, the harvest, the tares, and the wheat, you know. So, and the notion of having to be a warrior and defending your people. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
And may I be the one to thank you, Set Scales. I do believe that we need people to look back to the old gods and try to decipher their wisdom so
It
that
was
we
Peter
can.
talking.
Oh, damn! I'll just shut right up then. That's easy. I just have to change one word from Set Scales
okay.
to Ragnarok.
And, he has his own knowledge, right?
Yeah, but but both of you have spent a lot of time learning about the old gods and trying to centralize the wisdom that they were trying to pass down to us, and I, for one, I value it. But the only reason that I believe that we should decipher the old gods is so that we can bring their wisdom forward for the benefit of all mankind now today. So that should be our main aim in deciphering the old, so that we can repackage it so that it can benefit the new.
Yeah, that's pretty much what my whole channel's about. Yep.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the conversation that you two gentlemen had, there was no other two gentlemen in the universe that could have had quite the same conversation. And my favorite part was the Anu and Key part, because I had never heard that before, and I like it. So thank you.
Yeah, he brought up that. Ragnarok brought that up. But yeah, it's true. It's just a combination of the parent gods, and the rest of them are just their children. It doesn't have anything to do with from heaven to earth they came.
Well, in a way, all things came from heaven to earth, you know. So the star was born. The star. We now know that stars don't just individually get born. They get born in clusters, and they move into their own positions, become the dominant force, attract their own exoplanets, and so everything comes from the heavens. So that's part of the ancient wisdom that hasn't really left us.
You heard me on. Did you were there on objective ethics at the end of Dark White's panel, right? When you heard me talking.
Yes.
This is literally what I was trying to communicate to people, is that you have the heavens and you have the earth, and the earth is just basically a projection of heaven that God connects. And I'm trying to say that the ancients, through various religions and beliefs, are saying the same thing. But what tripped everyone up was the fact that I'm applying modern physics, or at least a specific modern physics framework to it.
I believe that for the time, we have to bring these things forward, and hopefully we're not the last generations that will do it. Hopefully generations after us will come and bring the ancient gods forward. And one of my greatest fears is that the monotheists will eventually find a way to stamp out the ancient archetypal gods, and I believe that humanity would be the poorer for it. But there's nothing wrong with bringing ancient the ancient gods forward and trying to learn from their wisdom. But at the same time, we try too hard to quantify God. I believe we waste too much time. If we spent a little bit more time on trying to create well-running, balanced civilizations, and less time on trying to quantify God, I think that we might be the better for that as well.
Well, it's not that we can quantify God, it's just that we can quantify it to a certain extent. And then beyond this is beyond quantification. And usually the number that shows up is always the number 9, which is why 9 is the end of the number line. And then all other numbers after this are just combinations of the first 10 numbers, or 0 through 9.
And it's a perfect system. It works, because back in the day, they used to count, for example, the Mayans, they used to count in 20, and the Sumerians used to count in 12s, and I'm absolutely happy that we've decided that counting in 10s works just as well as anything else, and it's kind of easier. So let's keep it. But At the same time, I also know that us discovering ways that we can always be sure that we're drinking clean microbe free water has probably done more for humanity than bickering over the nature of the gods.
Well, I'll tell you what the ancient gods are all about, Spec Man. It's not anything nice. It's not anything good. All the ancient gods want to do, and I even said this, is just rule over humanity so that they can have an easier existence. This is the real purpose of all these religions and all these mythologies, and contained within them is actually the answers to empower yourself and break out of the bondage that they basically wield over you or impose over you through what, again, me and Ragnarok were talking about earlier. The fact that they know these spiritual truths and we don't, like the Kabbalists and the Hermeticists, who think because they know Kabbalah and Hermeticism that they're superior to the people who don't.
But the truth of it is, all you need to do is go down to any police station or watch any, police orientated documentary, and when the suspect is there in the little room, they openly say to the guy, look, we're allowed to lie to you because we're the good guys, and if we lie to you and we encourage you to admit that you committed the crime, not only do we make our job easier, but we save the taxpayer money, so we're absolute heroes. So lying is a necessary part of our job. We already know that. And we don't need any Kabbalist, Illuminati, or to know that there are certain human beings that think that they're smarter than everybody else, so that they can never be caught in the act of lying to us and abusing us. I think, if anything, in the last 50 years, that's the one world wisdom that everybody has managed to obtain.
Well, here's the thing, Spec Man, is where does this so-called wisdom come from? It comes from these ancient gods. That's where you can trace this thinking to.
Well, in a way, yes, but some things, the nature of man hasn't changed very much in the last 300,000 years. So whether it be the gods, the demigods, the priests, for them to point those things out in ancient times, well and good. It means that, it means that they were of their time. It means that they were awake. It means that they were noticing. But any person today, if we lost all knowledge of the ancient, any person today would very quickly come up with the same weaknesses for man, greed, short-sightedness, laziness. I mean, anyone could come up with those archetypal problems that man has.
Yeah. But why is it so prevalent? Why do we accept the liars? Why do the liars think they can even get away with it to begin with? It's because in our hearts we have accepted liars to rule over us and convince us that they are better and we are inferior, and we should just give our lives over to their systems so that they can use our physical energy and our mental energy to build the worlds that they want.
But, and that, once again, is a fantastic tie-in to Spec. Spec is literally created to root out those liars. Root them out, name them, shame them, and at the same time, it tries to put practices in place that keeps them from rising again.
The only way this can be done is if, on an individual level, people learn what is best for themselves. Once they learn that, coming along and telling them how they should live their lives because you know better becomes much more difficult. So
I don't know. I think there are certain things that humanity has to come to a consensus on. I think humanity has come to a consensus on a great many deal of things that are good for all of humanity. But at the same time, I also know that there are those people that think that they are smarter than the rest of us. They will try to abuse any system that has been created, no matter how well intentioned it was. But humanity as a whole, we have time on our side. We can endlessly perfect uh, ways to make sure that abuse of others is kept to a bare minimum, and that those that do abuse others get found out faster, easier, therefore their time that they can do damage to others is decreased, and thus making the world a better place for everybody.
but it cannot be done through bureaucracy or materialistic means. It has to be done through a process where individuals become educated to their true self and how the human being can best coexist within the world they live in.
This is where I disagree. I have a personal motto, and I always say correct thinking creates correct action. I am one of those people that believe that we can build systems that are so well crafted, that are so inclusive, that have plugged so many holes, that you don't need to find enlightenment to be a healthy, balanced individual in the world. You just need to live within a really well-made system, and 80% of all of the world's problems will instantly disappear.
Just think about what you just said, and realize that it supports what I just said. What you just said is correct thinking or right thinking promotes correct action or right action. And all I've been talking about is correcting people's thinking so that they learn what's best for themselves and the world around them, which will in turn lead to right action.
That's the way that I hope it is. But like I said, humans have inherited the ability to be contrary. Humans have had the inherited ability to have independent thoughts and actions, and they will exercise them regardless of what anybody says, does, or thinks. I'm just hoping that by having mass consensus, that the majority of people agree to something, that they can kind of keep the world in balance. Because at the moment, the majority of people think something, in my opinion, that's not right. Yeah, they think that conventional capitalism is the way to solve all of humans' problems, and I don't think that that's the case. But I'm outnumbered. I'm outnumbered 10 million to 1.
What you view as a bad thing is not even a bad thing. The fact that everyone can act according to their own individual free will is exactly what I'm saying needs to be empowered. All the systems of control do is limit this because they fear that people don't know how to control themselves when they've literally never even been given the proper education to learn how to do so.
Well, that brings me on to the next thing, the illusion of control.
No, there is no.
There is no control. You could have everything sorted out in your life. Absolutely nothing within your life could occur without you having express control over it. And then a micro meteorite can hit you in the head, and all of your control has evaporated. This notion of control. If we have control, it is absolutely minimal. Because even having full control over yourself, which you don't, because your heart could betray you at any moment, you could get a brain aneurysm. Even if you had full control over yourself, you would still have a very small measure of control.
What are you doing to make your heart betray you or have a brain aneurysm? No, those things don't typically happen for no reason, if ever. But
I didn't say I believe in a universal architect, so I believe that everything is the consequence of something else happening, so everything happens for a reason. Just because everything happens for a reason doesn't mean to say that an individual has control.
Can I talk?
Yes.
Human beings exist within a realm of limitations. You have a realm which basically where there is no limitations, which makes a realm of limitations so that we can go through it and make choices within this realm where we have total agency within the realm of limitations. Once we identify the parameters or the constraints of our limitations as a human being, we have total control over what we do within them. And that's a whole lot. There's a whole lot of things as a human being that you can control within your life. And the trick is to figure out what can you control as an individual versus what you can't. And which of these things are influencing you actually within your life.
There is one thing that I will agree with you. Each and every one of us has a notion of truth, and we all have the control not to break the rules of our own truth. We all have the ability not to say things that we don't truly believe in our heart. That would improve the world, but I think we've established that the amount of control each individual gets is limited, and we need to make the best use of that limited control that we have. But the illusion that any of us can control anything more than ourselves is an illusion.
Exactly. So why try and impose systems that try to control things other than yourself? That's the problem.
Because we are a group animal, and we live in groups, and we care about more than just ourselves within our group. So we will try to create systems that keeps our group as safe as we can.
Well, there's the problems. In the United States, for example, Benjamin Franklin says those who would exchange safety for liberty or freedom, I don't remember exactly which one he says, deserve neither. So if you're trying to design systems around safety, then what you're doing is you're limiting the way people can act in the world because you think that they're either too incompetent or dangerous to act of their own volition. And this is just a huge disrespect that everyone puts on their fellow human brother and sister. Because as I stated, we go through life being told how worthless we are and how much we need authorities to tell us what to do. And if you remove that variable and told people how they can make a better life for themselves on their own, a lot more people would be doing that.
But in my case, I would then be telling somebody that is not a truth in my heart. I think no man is an island. I think there are certain things that you can do to improve your own personal circumstances, but there is only so much control. You could be doing everything right and life would be going absolutely perfect. And if everybody followed your example on the planet, there would be heaven on earth. And then some other guy could just run you over with his car. So, should we leave the guy that's going to run you over with his car to be free and applaud him because he came up with something original that benefited his life by destroying somebody else's?
Well, you see, this is the basic spiritual teaching of every religion, basically, is recognizing what I just said about you as an individual, and then respecting every other individual's power and authority over themselves, and doing what you just described is a blatant disrespect over this authority that each individual has. By choosing to end someone's life or something like that, you are choosing to interfere with their ability to interact in the world and express themselves and learn themselves and author their own life, because whatever reason you might have, it doesn't matter what your reason is. The fact that you did it is immoral and wrong, because no one has a legitimate authority to interfere with the way other people live their life, which is why
I would say that nobody has legitimate authority to force their way of life upon another, but at the same time, the whole planet is not going to find enlightenment. In fact, I would go so far as to say that a good 80% of us haven't found enlightenment, yet we still manage to feed ourselves, clothe ourselves, house ourselves. Most of us make it through each and every day without another human being forcefully imposing themselves upon us. And that has been achieved through creating systems and rules, not by saying, oh, if everybody can just find enlightenment, it's all going to be okay.
Yeah, can I ask you this? If 80 or maybe even 90% of people, or whatever it might be, have not found enlightenment, how is imposing systems of authority which operate through a monopoly of violence and coercion going to help anyone achieve enlightenment? Because really,
I agree with you. I agree with you. I first think that before a man, woman, dog, before they can find enlightenment, they need the basic necessities of life taken care of. They need those four. They need somewhere where they can rest their head and feel safe. They need food in their bellies. They need the tools for improvement, and they need love. I think that those are the four things that any human being needs to have before they can even contemplate self-improvement and eventual enlightenment.
So I think you just added to my point again, because the governments and economic systems do none of those things. Hold on, there's someone at my door. Hold on.
I'm literally just preaching spec at the moment. everything that I said is spec. That's it. I believe that if we can find, the world does not share its resources properly or fairly. I think that the powerful elite create or bend the rules that favors them but not the majority, and I think that the world actually proves that this is the case, because most of us are the 99%, and
hey,
only
man, I gotta go. My
that's cool.
Yeah, my neighbor wants me to help him with something, so I'm gonna go over there. But I'll probably talk to you again because I think this is already my second time talking to you this week. So yeah.
Thank you for your time. I'm sure we'll get to pick it up again later. I was wondering if Yerf Dog would come on because he is the yin to my yang.
All right. Well, I'll see you.
Oh wow. Why does this keep happening to me? I find myself in the ever perpetuating silence of my own thoughts. Humanity, come to my aid. At least DNW should come on. It's his show, you know. But yeah, like I said, I believe that there are a lot of tiny little things that can be improved in the current systems that we live in. I think that things can be made more inclusive. I think that the bureaucracy could be made a hell of a lot simpler, which actually, instead of hindering people from achieving their aims, it could help them achieve their aims. I also believe that through better systems, the resources of the world can be shared more equally. And I believe that there's always room for improvement. But at the same time, I believe that our old institutions are so set in their ways that they don't even want to change, even if it would benefit more people, that they have zero interest in changing. So I think we need a great reset, but not the not the great reset of the World Economic Forum, which is just a bunch of rich people trying to exploit poor people. I think that humanity needs a great reset, and we need to find a better system to make the world a better place. And I also believe that if we don't do this, we're going to be in some severe trouble. Hey, are you there, the psychiatrist?
Yes, just you keep on talking, boy. I'm taking notes.
Thank you very much. If I could have looked into the future, I could have used this opportunity to create the first audio version of my book, The Romance of Good Economics. But the truth of it is that my dyslexic way of being would prevent me from reading more than 200 words without making it sound like a car crash. So I have the gift of the gab. I do not have the gift of reading and writing, unfortunately.
It's all right to be dyslexic. It's not your fault.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And seeing as everything started with Cougar Doomer's monologue, I kind of enjoyed it. Up until Cougar Doomer today, I did not consider the word to be an independent entity that works like a virus that sneaks up into you, and it's a dead thing that sneaks into your cells to create its own life, and then slowly but surely the word has been subverting humanity to its will from the beginning of time.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yes, go for it.
How do you intend to implement your spec system? Are you going to form a political party and stand for election?
First of all, I believe that we need a great reset, and being a single member of a single political party is never going to actually bring about a great reset. So becoming a politician might be good for your own personal well-being. As a good friend of mine said, what the politicians do, they feather their nest and try to control you so that they can feather their nest. So I don't think standard politics is a way to achieve anything meaningful in life. Secondly, the way that I would do it is by convincing the politicians that do exist to allow a pilot scheme of some
So
type.
politicians are useful then?
No, because I could
you
just
obviously find them useful enough to want to implement your system, right?
no, because it could be achieved by other means. If I
So
could convince
what other,
Elon,
what other means? What other
if I
means?
could convince Elon Musk to part with enough cash, I could set up my own spec system. I wouldn't need a politician. It's not. No new legislation needs to be drafted for a spec system to exist. It can all be done within the current legal framework, especially here in the UK.
How so?
Well, it's a club, and it would function very, very much like a gentleman's club, where you would create a space that if you became a member, the members would have to abide by the rules of the club. Of course, they would have to
Would it be
abide
like
by.
a club with a premises, like a casino, for example?
In a way, yes, because of the spec exchange. And the spec exchange is basically a big computer that keeps track of the members and keeps track of the community funds. But it's also a building where people can come in with their problems, their queries. So it's kind of like a town hall.
And how much would it cost for a membership?
Nothing. Zero. Well,
Nothing.
yeah. Yes. Wait. To join, it costs you absolutely nothing. But once you have joined, until you exit spec, you agree to put 60% of your earnings into a community pot.
And how would that be enforced?
It wouldn't be enforced. When you become a member, you would sign up and you would agree to that.
So I have an option. Become a member of spec and then give 60% of my money away, or don't become a member of spec and keep most of my money, apart from the tax I'm paying at the government, which is about 20%. Dude, it's never going to work. I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any mathematical sense in terms of incentive.
Kenny, are you sure that you're getting away with 20%? Because I think it's closer to 30.
20% tax.
So you pay about 20% income tax, and then you pay another 21% VAT.
Yeah.
And if you happen to be a person like me who vapes, the British government is actually about to double the price.
Cougar Doomer's right what he's saying there. Setting up an alternative economic system outside money sounds like a cult of some kind. And I'm sorry, Spec Man, I do agree with that. I think you're a would-be cult member, but good luck to you, man. I say that term lightly because it's never going to work. But
of course, it's never going to work.
You have your dreams, my friend. You have your dreams, and that's a good thing to have.
Kenny, I have a question for you just before you go. How would you define a cult?
Someone who tricks people, sets psychological traps to seduce people, and then exploits them in some way. So you would be doing it financially, I have to say. So there you are.
Is the British government
that's just my humble opinion.
One second. Does the British government not operate under that exact auspices that you just said?
Well, there's some people who argue that statism is a cult, and They could be correct in some way, you know?
Do you know what my definition of a cult is? My definition of a cult is a belief system that once you agree to become part of it, that it will not let you leave without causing mental or physical harm. That's
Right.
what I consider to be a cult, which is, for example, why I consider Islam to be a cult.
Yeah, I
Because
agree there, yeah.
because as long as you're part of it, you're happy and go lucky. But as soon as you try to leave it, yeah, it can harm you, ostracize you, blur. Spec, on the other hand, if you leave it after joining, there are zero repercussions. So I would not consider it to be a cult.
Okay,
You're
fair
free
enough.
to join. You're free to join and leave at any time.
So, right. So what are your next steps to try and implement this plan? You want to get in touch with Elon Musk. How are you going to go about that? And how are you going to sell it to him? How are you going to get him to convince him to part with his money, his hard-earned cash?
The way that I see it is that eventually Spec will become an even more attractive offer. At the moment, with the current economic system, you can make as much money as you possibly can. You can hurt as many people as you possibly can, as long as they don't catch you, and you can live a really, really good life. But as the world begins to change, automation becomes more prevalent, AI becomes more prominent in doing the work that governments should be doing. I think that people will be drawn to an alternative. And that's finally when Spec will get the recognition that it deserves, because everybody's going to get placed into a universal income system, whether they want to or not. Millions and millions of people are going to have to reinvent themselves, because AI is going to change the way that the job market works, the way that manufacturing works.
Right. So,
and
this money that you
Spec
would...
has gone to great lengths to try to mitigate lots of the problems that might cause.
So this money that you would raise from the 60% membership fee from people's wages, what would you do with that money?
Whatever the members decide to do.
All right.
I would improve rubbish disposal. I would improve childcare.
So you would hold like a referendum on policy?
Oh yeah, well, why else does the Spec Exchange exist if the members have no say over their investment in the community?
Well, it certainly sounds like a good plan in a way, in theory, but I just can't see people parting with 60% of their wages.
I can't see people parting with 60% of their wages, but I do know for a fact that in places like Norway, people already do part with 60% of their wages. And the most unfair about it is that the harder you work, the richer that you make yourself in Norway, the more and the more and the more that they want you to part with a greater percentage of your wages. And not only that, they then take your money, make a massive amounts of debt on that, and then they pass that debt on to your children. So not only has Norway taken away 60% of everything that you've ever accumulated, at the same time, they managed to leave your children with insurmountable debt. Spec does not do that.
Fascinating.
I know it's an ingenious design. It sounds absolutely scary. It's something that hasn't been done or thought of before. It's completely transparent. It's blockchained. It gives you an internal communal internet. It has a mechanism for creating micro businesses. Because you pay 60% into the center, you can ask for your own money back at any time. And as long as it's considered to be a benefit to the community, you can get it within 24 hours. Say that your car breaks down, you need a new car, you need another £30,000 to buy a new car. You literally go to the spec forum, you explain why you need your new car, that your old car broke down. Can you have the £30,000? If spec believes that you have the ability to repay the £30,000 over the period of 64 weeks, with 5% added on top, which is better than any bank will give you, it will literally give you the money to buy that car within 24 hours. That is something that your local government or local council will never do for you. The only people that will do it will be a bunch of charlatan bankers, and they will charge you a hell of a lot more than 5%. So I think I've come up with something, it's at least novel.
Well, Cougar Doomer says, didn't the Soviet Union already try this?
Can I just quickly say, guys, anybody want to come on, please do in the next, 2 minutes. You have about 2 minutes to get on here if you want to join the conversation.
Yeah, to a certain degree, spec acts. Have you ever heard of a mutual credit or a credit union?
I used to be a member of the co-op credit union, yeah.
Okay, so I'm the member of a credit union,
right?
But spec takes it one step further. Spec says you are both the owner of the credit union, because at the moment you're not the owner of the credit union. Yes, the credit union does good works. It works within your local community and it provides loans to people in your local community if they need them to create their own businesses. But what spec does is it takes it one step further. It creates a credit union that is owned by the members within that community. So it's just a little pot that people put away that every single one of them can access, but at the same time, it can also accumulate to a large enough sum of money to do something big, like build a new recreation center or build a new power station, or it allows poor individuals to pool their money in such a way with rules that can be trusted that they can actually make meaningful change within their community.
Oh, that sounds very utopian and wonderful, doesn't it?
I don't believe in utopia.
When do you plan on contacting Elon Musk and sending him a begging letter then?
Elon Musk's personal secretary has already written back to me saying that Elon's an extremely busy man.
Wow.
And that I mentioned something about 150-page book, and that I must be a complete moron to think that a man as important as him is willing to read something as inconsequential as my book. So I failed on the Elon Musk front.
So what's your next step?
The way that I see it is that the book's out there now. It is structurally sound. It is mathematically sound. And I am 50, which gives me maybe another 30 years to refine my project. It gives the world another 30 years to begin to start opening UBI, systems where they literally end up giving people money for doing nothing because there is nothing for them to do. And as that begins to fail, I believe that people will start looking for alternatives. And my system offers a complete, well thought out alternative. And eventually the governments are going to want 60% tax from everybody anyway, because they're so hopelessly and deeply in debt. They're going to need to take that money from you. So in the end, just waiting long enough, spec will become more appealing.
Fabulous. Well, I wish you luck with it, Spec Man, and I'm going to hop up now because I'm starting to get tired. So
thank you very much for your time, Kenny.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
I've appreciated it.
Cool. Have a good night, mate.
I think I'm going to leave now as well and end on that point. For me, that was a personal high. I believe that I did a really good job of explaining something extremely complex. So can you save me, DNW? DNW, can you save me? You're gonna have to chop the end of the You're gonna have to chop the end of the show off. I'm gonna make
sorry,
an
Speckman,
exit.
I've got to go have a shower. So
Yeah, I'm gonna make an
it's up
exit.
to you to run the show now, Speckman.
No, I've literally done as much as I can, and I can't
Yeah.
wait to re-listen
Alright.
to the discussion.
Anybody want to
have.
come on? You got like a minute to come on.
Bye, all.
Take care, Speck. If you want to go now. Okay, well, we'll see if anybody comes on. Drain the last bit of conversation out of you all, if there's any left. Hello to Lindsay. Better late than never. She votes no on 60% taxes, Speckman. So you have your work cut out to try and persuade the likes of Lindsay. Okay, well, look. If nobody comes on in the next 30 seconds, we'll have to end the show. Okay, Crystal. Well, look, good luck tomorrow. There is a women's show here, guys, tomorrow. So, Lindsay, it'd be good to see you at that. Crystal has been a regular so far, so hopefully she can continue that trend. Crystal will come on. She just said she can't. Yes, and the battle axe. You do come too, please, tomorrow to Women's Only Wednesday here on Finding Gnosis. Women's Only Wednesday. Trying to get the feminine perspective on matters. That's a nice, that's nice, Lindsay. Hello to Austin. I do hope you're well, brother. But the show seems to be coming to a close, so it's nice to see you, but it's a pity you were not here earlier on. Okay. Patrick says he thinks he made Speck sound good. Yeah, let's call it a night. Good night, Crystal. Good night, Kenny. Good luck finding a food bank, Miss Battleaxe. Good night, everybody, and take care of yourselves and others. Right, well, I won't be here tomorrow, but there will be a whole load of women ruling the roost. So enjoy that. Take care now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.